make it over here safely. I guess I should be saying safely. Buckle up your seat belts. So let's see here. I am going to get us started. This looks like this was a quick hearing. It's coming out of Tennessee. It's a mass unalivened suspect. This is when he was captured. This is his hearing to determine if it's going to go to the grand jury, right? So they did have some testimony and they presented some evidence yesterday. So if people are not aware, let's start off with, it is not long. So just so y'all know, it was only about 2.5 hours to 3. So we will look at that. And I'm just trying to see if I can find, I was looking at court documents for that Melly, that was Bortland case. Wait a minute. So just so we can have, I don't know, this case look like it is gonna be all a whole mess because he was on the run, and I think one of the baby is the only one that he kind of left on the side. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen and we will get into the courtroom and let's see what evidence they have. Remember, he was on the run, so they did have to catch this guy. So, and they arrested 2 other people. So I don't know. So we shall see what we got going on here.
All rise. Court is now in session. Honorable Judge Andrew Cook presiding. Be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get started, I'll go over just a couple of housekeeping matters. Appreciate the folks from our law enforcement who are here today providing security for the building. Appreciate each of you, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I want to say that first and foremost. Second off, I want to just make aware that we are set for today for preliminary hearing in the matter of Mr. Austin Robert Drummond. on the 4 counts that he had, I'm sorry, on the 5 counts that he has before the court, the 5 cases with 2 counts each. I want to take this time just to go over with everyone. We're going to have some statements and some evidence that may be entered today that may be difficult to hear, may be upsetting to hear. If at any time you feel that you cannot sit and listen to the proceedings, I would ask that you step outside. If anyone does have to step outside, that's fine. I don't mind that. If a disruption is made, then you will be removed from the courtroom. And if further disruptions are made, the court has the right to hold you in contempt of court, or the sheriff's office has the right to issue charges for disorderly conduct. I don't want to see that happen, and I don't think that we're going to have that happen. But I just have to give everybody that notice prior to this hearing starting. Mr. Goodman, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
General Hayes, good afternoon. Mr. Huffman, Mr. Mason, good afternoon. Mr. Drummond, good afternoon, sir. What are we proceeding on first? Because I know there is a motion before the court, and also we have a preliminary hearing. So how do we want to take that up?
We'll just do the preliminary hearing first.
Okay. Does the state have its list of who it intends to call today during the preliminary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The state intends to call Officer Corey Hussey, Deputy Hunter Brady, Special Agent Justin Tubbs, Special Agent Scott Lawson, and Brandon Wheeler, Officer Wheeler.
Okay. Anyone else, General?
No, I think that's it.
Is anyone from the defense going to be called for as a witness?
No, Your Honor, we will call them.
Okay. Folks, if your name has been called, and I don't know all of you who they just called out, I know some of them, but for those of you whose name was just called, you will have to step outside the courtroom while the others are testifying. Rule 615 of the Tennessee Rules of Evidence says that witnesses must be sequestered for that purpose. You cannot discuss the case with one another prior to your testimony. Who's the first witness for the state going to be?
We Officer Hussey.
Okay, Officer Hussey. Everyone else who was called as a witness would step out at this time, and when we are ready for your testimony, we will have a deputy come outside to retrieve you at that time.
Yeah, our Special Agent Tubbs is on the testify for you.
Yes. The court will take note that Special Agent Tubbs is the prosecuting witness designated by the state of Tennessee. Mr. Huffman, in general, I know y'all's normally my routine is in preliminaries. I'm happy to hear from either party on any opening, but if everybody wants to just proceed to direct examination, I'm fine either way. I just wanted to kind of get the lay of the land from y'all.
The state will waive the opening remarks.
We'll proceed then to direct examination. I do want to make sure I have officially put this on the record. We are hearing the matter. I should have done that first. I apologize. We are hearing the matter of State of Tennessee versus Austin Robert Drummond in cases number 25 CR 48067, 48068, 48069, and 48071. 25 CR being those documents. Your first witness, General.
Your State of Tennessee calls Officer Corey Hussey.
Officer Hussey. If you please come to the witness stand, sir. If you would, Ms. Jessica is going to place you under oath at this time.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. And Officer Hussey, be sure if you would to speak into the microphone. We've had these things kind of messed with and fixed in a much better way, and I appreciate our IT folks for that. But just be sure to speak into the microphone clearly because we are recording. Okay? Thank you.
All right. Would you state your name, please?
Corey Hussey.
And where do you work?
I'm a park ranger with Tennessee State Parks.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure that didn't totally kill us here. It didn't.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Sorry, guys.
All right. Would you tell me again who you work for?
I'm a park ranger for Tennessee State Parks.
Okay. And how long have you had that position?
I took this position in June 28th,
June 28th.
2025.
I'm sorry.
2025.
Okay, June 28th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working on the day of July 29th of 2025?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And as a part of your job, do you routinely patrol state parks and specifically around Brooklyn Lake area?
Yes.
Is that something that's just part of your duties that you do that?
Yes.
How many parks are there that you have to actually patrol daily?
One park, Brooklyn Lake State Park.
Okay. Are there individual smaller parks within the full lake park area?
Yes, sir. There are individual units that are all attached to Brooklyn Lake State Park.
Okay. Is there one on Carrington Road in Lake County?
So the Carrington Road location is state land managed by TWRA. However, we operate programming and tours from an area on Carrington Road.
Okay. So it's not actually a park, is that right?
No, sir.
Okay. It's just an area that's owned by the state and it's actually used by the state.
Yes, sir.
Is that area actually near the Northwest Correctional Complex?
Yes, sir.
Just an estimate, how far would you say it is from that area?
Maybe a mile.
And is that here in Lake County, Tennessee?
Yes,
That area that we're talking about on Carrington Road?
yes, sir.
While you were patrolling that area on July 29th, 2025, did you notice anything unusual or anything that caught your attention that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell me what that was?
So while patrolling down Carrington Road shortly after 1 o'clock, I found 3 vehicles parked on the left side of Carrington Road.
Okay. Do you know what type vehicles they were?
One was a black Dodge Charger, one was a Chevrolet Traverse, and the other was a Nissan Rogue.
Okay. Did you see anyone out there? Any individuals standing around the vehicles or inside the vehicles?
I did not see them.
What'd you do after you noticed the vehicles? Did you stop, get out? Did you do anything?
I proceeded past the vehicles when I was making entry down Carrington Road. Then I turned around and proceeded back out from that location.
Okay. As you came back out of the location, were all the vehicles still there?
No, sir.
Which vehicle was no longer there?
The Nissan Rogue had left in the time it took me to turn around.
Did you notice anything about the Nissan Rogue that was unusual for this area?
It had a California tag.
I want to hand you this photograph. If you would look at that photograph. Do you recognize either one of those 2 vehicles in that photograph?
The Nissan Rogue with the California tag would be the similar make and model as what I saw.
Okay. Is that vehicle similar to the one that you saw there that day?
Yes,
When you turned around and came back, was the vehicle leaving at that point or was it already gone?
it had already left.
Could you tell anything about if it was left hurriedly or could you tell?
In the time it took me to turn around, it had already left from where I can see it. There's quite a bit of dust in the air. As I proceeded out on Carrington Road, there are several straightaways, and at no point in time could I see the vehicle. So it indicated left in a hurry.
Would you make that photograph an exhibit to your testimony, please? Judge,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Huffman, have you no objection? Okay. Court will show that this be entered as State's Exhibit Number 1.
Officer Hussey, after you saw that, vehicle leave and the other 2 vehicles that were still there, did you see anyone around at that point, around the vehicles?
No, I did not see it.
Did you make a report about that?
I wrote notes to myself that I did not file any report at that time.
Did you later tell someone about that?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
My manager, Bill Roberts.
What made you tell him about that incident?
Later that evening, he messaged me that there had been an incident on Carrington Road.
Okay. And at that point, what did you tell him?
I immediately called him and informed him that I had been there earlier that day and had seen those vehicles.
And was that information passed on to local law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I shortly received a call from the Sheriff's Department along with TBI and shared that knowledge with them also.
And after that, did you produce all of your findings to a report?
Yes, sir.
One moment, Sean.
Yes, sir.
You stated that when you first saw the vehicles on Carrington Road, that you drove past them and then turned around.
Yes, sir.
How long did it take you to go down to the area that you were turning around and then get back to where the vehicles were?
Only a few minutes, less than 5 minutes, probably 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes? Okay. Did you notice anything about the vehicles? Were any of the doors open or anything like that?
When I was coming past the vehicles the first time, the black Dodge Charger's trunk was open.
What about when you came back?
The trunk had been closed at that time.
So you passed 3 vehicles, trunk is up, within 2 to 3 minutes, you come back, the trunk is closed, and the Nissan Rogue is gone.
Yes, sir.
When you get back to the road, you see no sign.
Yes, sir.
All right, then I'll pass the witness.
Yes, sir. Mr. Huffman?
Briefly,
Yes, sir.
Officer Hussey, were you able to see any individuals on scene? You said you drove past, you notice any individuals?
No, sir.
So, when you drove back by, same thing?
No individuals at that time.
That's it.
Yes, sir. Can you redirect, General?
No, young.
Officer Hussey, we thank you for being here, sir. You're released from your subpoena. You can have a seat here or you're free to go, whichever you'd like to do, sir. Thank you very much. Next.
Statement called Deputy Hunter Brady.
Yes, sir. Deputy Brady. Yes. They can hear you. Absolutely. Deputy Brady, if you would, please raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear for the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please?
Hunter Brady,
And Deputy Brady, where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been working there?
Been here a little almost a year now.
Do you remember if you were working on July 29th of 2025?
I was.
And was that an early day or was that in the evening?
We've been in the evening.
Was that the shift you typically work?
That's correct.
Had you received any information earlier in the day about a baby being abandoned in another county?
I have not.
Had you heard anything about that?
Just on what I seen on social media.
Okay. But you had seen that earlier that
Yeah.
day? Okay. Did you know at that time who the parents of the baby was that was dropped off or anything about that?
No, I did not.
Did you receive a call later in that evening that vehicles that may have belonged to the baby's family had been located?
I did.
And who did you get that call from?
One of the family members of, I believe one of the victims involved.
Did they call you directly or did they call dispatch?
They called our dispatch.
And you were dispatched to that area?
That's correct.
Where did you go? Where was the area that you responded to?
Carrington Road.
And it's Carrington Road in Lake County?
It is.
Once you got to Carrington Road, what did you do?
Cool. So when I first got there, we spoke with the female caller. She advised that she found her family vehicle was parked back on the dead end road, which is halfway down, and made my way down there and located the white Chevy Traverse and the Dodge Charger.
Was anybody else with you, any other officers?
Yeah, there was a Tiptonville officer, Officer Morrow, and Deputy Karen Gross.
Did y'all all arrive at about the same time?
Yeah, they were probably a minute behind me.
All right, so you proceed down Carrington Road, you find a black Charger, Dodge Charger, and a white Chevrolet Traverse vehicle.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Was anyone in the vehicles?
No, the vehicles were vacant.
Did you run any registration on the vehicles to see who they belong to?
I was approaching the vehicle as why Deputy Gross started running the registration on the black Charger.
Okay. Were you able to determine who that black Charger belonged to?
No, not at the time.
Or at a later time?
At a later time.
Do you know who that was? Do you know if it's Braden Williams?
I never received the information from dispatch. She's the one that ran the registration.
Fair enough. So you didn't see anyone in the vehicles at the time. Did you start to look at around the vehicles or look in the vehicles?
Yeah, so I first looked in the passenger side of the vehicle
Which one?
of the white Chevy first.
Okay. Did you notice anything when you looked inside?
Yeah, red substance that I believe it was blood, all in the passenger side, front, in the
So y'all just been looking at me the whole time while I'm over here looking at something else. I'm just over here and I'm looking. I'm trying to do something else. Oh my goodness! I don't know why it went off that screen. Hold on, I'll rewind it. I don't know why I stopped sharing it. What a mess. I'm sitting up here trying to look for court documents. I ain't even looking at
Good
that.
afternoon.
I'm trying to so busy trying to.
Would you state your name, please?
Hunter Brady,
Oh,
Deputy Brady, where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Department.
right.
How long have you been working there?
Been here a little almost a year now.
Do you remember if you were working on July 29th of 2025?
I was.
And was that early day or was that in the evening?
Would have been in the evening.
Was that the shift you typically work?
That's correct.
Had you received any information earlier in the day about a baby being abandoned in another county?
I have not.
Had you heard anything about that?
Just on social, what I seen on social media.
Okay. But you had seen that earlier that
Yeah.
day? Okay. Did you know at that time who the parents of the baby was that was dropped off or anything about that?
No, I did not.
Did you receive a call later in that evening that vehicles that may have belonged to the baby's family had been located?
I did.
And who did you get that call from?
One of the family members of, I believe one of the victims involved.
Did they call you directly or did they call dispatch?
They called our dispatch.
And you were dispatched to that area?
That's correct.
Where did you go? Where was the area that you responded to?
Carrington Road.
And is Carrington Road in Lake County?
It is.
Once you got to Carrington Road, what did you do?
Well, so when I first got there, we spoke with the female caller. She advised that she found her family vehicle was parked back on the dead end road, which is halfway down, and I made my way down there and located the white Chevy Traverse and the Dodge Charger.
Was anybody else with you, any other officers?
Yeah, there was a Tiptonville officer, Officer Morrow, and Deputy Kieran Gross.
Did y'all all arrive at about the same time?
Yeah, they were probably a minute behind me.
All right, so you proceed down Carrington Road, you find a black Charger, Dodge Charger, and a white Chevrolet Traverse vehicle. Right, okay. Was anyone in the vehicles?
No, vehicles were vacant.
Did you run any registration on the vehicles to see who they belong to?
I was approaching the vehicle as my Deputy Gross started running the registration on the black Charger.
Were you able to determine who that black Charger belonged to?
No, not at the time.
Or at a later time?
At a later time.
Do you know who that was? Do you know if it was Braden Williams?
I never received information from dispatch. She's the one that ran the registration.
So you didn't see anyone in the vehicles at the time. Did you start to look around the vehicles or look in the vehicles?
Yeah, so I first looked in the passenger side of the vehicle
Which one?
of the white Chevy first.
Okay. Did you notice anything when you looked inside?
Yeah, red substance that I believe it was blood, all in the passenger side front and the passenger side rear.
Okay. What'd you do at that point?
I advised the other officers on scene that we had either an active situation going on or something had happened and we needed to search the area.
Okay. And so did you start to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
I walked around the vehicle a little bit and then I noticed a shoe sitting off the trail that was directly behind the vehicle and it had some blood on it. So that was the direction we determined we needed to go. And I went off in the woods. That's when I located 2 bodies in the directly behind the white Chevy Traverse.
Okay. Did you, before you found the body, did you notice if there were any shell casing around the vehicles or anything like
No,
that?
not at the time. Not yet.
Okay. Did you later find that
Yes,
there were?
yes. After we located 2 bodies, we started taking everything off and made our way back up. And that's when we located multiple shell casings around the vehicles.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to the first 2 bodies that you located. Tell me how they were when you found them.
The male was laying on his back under his mother, and there was a tarp over the top of him.
What was the tarp? Do you know what it's made of? Or
It was like the camo nylon material, the mesh material.
were both bodies completely covered with that material?
Yeah, except for they had maybe their hand exposed on the side.
What'd you do at that point?
That's when, started communicating with the officers, hey, we needed to secure the scene, start a crime log, and then look for and gather evidence.
Did you secure the scene at that time?
Yes.
What did you do to secure the scene?
We taped it off, cleared the area, and, contacted our supervisors so they could contact TBI.
Okay. All right. After finding those 2 bodies, were there ever any other bodies discovered?
Yes,
Okay, tell me about that.
it was after Dyer County arrived. One of the Dyer County deputies noticed a shoe on the south side of the road, and I was standing with him. I noticed some red pools, what appeared to be blood, and it was just kind of shined in the woods. And you could see 2 more bodies under tarps.
Now, was this in the same area as the original 2 that you found?
No, this would have been south of them, across the gravel roadway. It was in the same area, but it was
But how close were they to one another before? You had the 2 initial bodies and then 2 others. How far apart were
probably like 60 feet.
they? Were those bodies covered as well?
They were
Same type material?
same type material tarp.
Were you able to identify who any of them were at that time?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other involvement with this case?
I did not.
Come on, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Yes, sir. Mr. Huffman?
Few questions. Deputy Brady, okay, so you, were dispatched to this area, Carrington Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
You remember about what time that would be?
It was roughly 8 o'clock, I believe.
Are there dispatch logs recording times?
Yeah, that's correct.
When you arrived on scene, you said there was one 50-bill officer and another officer on scene, another deputy?
Lake County Sheriff's Deputy.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, and you noticed these things, you said that you secured the scene after you discovered the body, is that correct?
That's correct.
The first set of bodies, yes.
Yes.
All right. How many total officers were on scene at that point in time?
When we found the first set of bodies, there was just 3. We know 4 because a trooper had showed up right as we were entering the woods.
And you recall which officers those were?
Hayden, Trooper Hayden.
And did you write any reports or anything like that?
I did.
Would those names be located in that report as well?
Yes.
All right. You said when you were on scene, you secured the scene by taping it off?
That's correct.
All right. And how long after arriving on scene and discovering bodies did you do that?
It was within minutes.
All right. And contact your supervisors and they contact your TBI, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you wearing your body worn camera at that time?
I was.
Was it active at that time?
Yes.
Is that footage backed up?
Yes.
It's available for discovery?
Yeah.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
I was.
Does that have a dash cam?
It does not.
The other officers, do you know if they had body cams or dash cams?
They have body cams. We don't have dash cams.
To your knowledge, were those active as well?
To my knowledge, yes.
And when you were securing the scene, were you doing any evidence collection?
We was marking evidence as we were finding it. Yeah.
Did you remove any items?
No.
Did you take any photos at that time?
I did not.
Yes, sir. Any ready to General?
No, Your Honor.
Deputy Brady, thank you, sir. You're releasing your subpoena. You are either free to go or free to stay, whichever you'd like to do, sir. Your next witness, General.
Just gonna call Officer Brandon Wheeler.
Officer Wheeler. Officer Wheeler, please come to the witness stand, sir. And if you would, sir, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I swear. Thank you, sir. Be sure to speak in the microphone.
Will you state your name?
Detective Brandon Wheeler.
And Detective Wheeler, where do you work?
I work at the Dyersburg Police Department.
And were you involved in this investigation? Is it the case of why we're here today?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
I'm not sure if Special Agent Harbor reached out to us or if we reached out offering assistance, but we were trying to identify a vehicle that was of interest.
Okay. And how are you trying to do that?
So we have 2 LPR systems. There's a Motorola LPR system and the flock camera system, and we were utilizing those to try to identify a rogue, Nissan Rogue,
What is the LPR?
license plate reader.
And was there anything in particular about the Nissan Rogue that you were looking for?
Yeah, this one in question specifically had a California plate on it, which is not typical for our area.
And the city of Dyersburg had these 2 license plate readers, right?
There's more than 2, but there are several in the
Those,
city.
those systems,
Yes.
Flock and Motorola.
Yes,
And do you have the ability to access those, right?
I do.
And can you access any other ones?
We can access other cameras that other agencies have shared with us.
Okay. And did you do that as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Who else did you access?
I access, there's several thousand agencies that openly share their cameras with us, so we can search all of them all at once.
And aside from Dyersburg, who else did you end up searching as it relates to this investigation?
The Jackson cameras.
I'm gonna hand you up some photographs. Do you recognize that one?
I do.
Okay, and what is it?
It's a picture of the silver Nissan Rogue with the California plate.
All right, and what system does that come from, Flock or Motorola?
This is from the flock system,
And is that in Jackson or Dyersburg?
Jackson.
And what time is that?
11:32 a.m. on the 29th of July.
And, do you make that an exhibit to your testimony today?
Yes.
Or we have to make that state's exhibit to?
Without objection.
No objection.
See, that's, we'll mark this as state exhibit 2, Ms. Jessica. Thank you.
And Officer Wheeler, do you recognize what's also been handed up to you now?
I do.
And, actually, give you this one first. You recognize that one as well?
I do.
Okay, and what is it?
It is a picture from the Motorola system in Dyersburg, capturing the vehicle going northbound Highway 78.
And that's the same road with the California license plate?
It is.
It's the same license plate as we saw in the first picture?
It is.
Okay. And what time of the day is that one captured?
This one was captured at 12:39 p.m. on July 20th.
And where is that one located, where is that particular camera located at in Dyersburg?
That particular camera is located at the intersection of Lake Road and Radio Road, right in front of Love's.
Could you repeat that again, where it was, intersection of where?
Yeah, Lake Road and Radio Road,
Radio Road, okay, I'm sorry.
between Love's and Cracker Barrel.
And do you make that one an exhibit to your testimony as well?
I do.
No objection.
Show this marked as state's exhibit 3.
And then let's go back to the second picture that I actually handed up to you. You recognize that one as well?
I do.
Okay. And is it from the same camera that you just identified as the last picture?
It is from the same set of cameras facing a different direction.
Okay, which direction does that camera face?
This one is facing southbound towards the city.
All right. And what does it depict?
It shows a picture of the same Nissan Rogue California plate heading back in towards Dyersburg.
And what's the date and time on that?
This picture was taken at 2:15 p.m. on July 29th.
2025.
Correct.
You make that one exhibit to your testimony as well?
I do.
You're already asked to make that state exhibit.
No objection. If I can take one.
Absolutely. Show this marked as state's exhibit number 4.
One more photo then.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that one as well?
I do.
And what system did it come from?
This is from the Flock system,
Is that in Jackson or Dyersburg?
Jackson.
And what date and time captures that one?
This picture was taken at 4:16 p.m. July 29th, 2025.
And does it depict the same road as we've seen in the previous one?
Yes, same road, same license plate.
Do you make that an exhibit to your testimony as well?
I do.
And we'd ask to make that state's exhibit 5. No objection.
Show this marked as state's exhibit number 5.
You can have that passed back to Officer Rudy. Officer Wheeler, on that last photo, was there anything of significance that you noticed?
Yes, this is a photo taken from the front angle of the vehicle, and you can see the driver in this photo.
Okay. And can you describe the driver?
The driver appears to be a white male, has a goatee, and looks very similar to the defendant.
And is there anything that you noticed about the vehicle in that photograph?
Yes, so the vehicle in this photograph appears to be much dirtier, especially around the wheels and the rims, than it was previously earlier in the day.
Your Honor, I'll pass the mic.
Yes, sir. Mr. Huffman?
Just 2 questions. Detective Wheeler, so you were asked to look for a Nissan Rogue with California plates, is that correct?
I don't remember the exact parameters, but I believe we were looking for a Rogue with California plates.
Did you have a plate number?
No, sir.
Once you located the vehicle in the photos that was presented in the evidence, did you continue looking for other Nissan Rogues with California tags?
Yes.
Did you find any more?
No.
And the only photo, I believe, was Exhibit 5, was the front view of the vehicles. There are other ones from the rear, is that correct?
I don't remember exactly, but I think they were all from the rear.
And then the one on Exhibit 5, which is from the front.
Yes.
That's all.
Any redirect, John?
No, Your Honor.
Detective Wheeler? Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. You're free to go, free to stay, whichever you choose to do, sir. Your next witness, General.
Special Agent Scott Hall.
Agent Lawson. Agent Lawson, if you please come to the witness stand, sir. And before you have a seat, if you would, sir, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
State your name,
My name is Scott Lawson.
and do you work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
I do.
Okay, what is your current assignment with the FBI?
I'm a special agent on the Safe Streets Task Force.
And were you involved in the investigation as to this homicide in Lake County?
I was.
What role did you play?
Most of my experience is in the command post, assisting with cell phone analysis from tolls, working with timelines and video review to assist in the exploitation of cell phone data.
And did you receive training on cell phone data?
I have.
What kind of training did you receive?
I'm a member of the FBI's child abduction team, and we get yearly training with our cellular analysis survey team. That's the experts at FBI headquarters with analyzing cell phone data, geolocation data. So when we deploy with the child rapid deployment team, we are consistently working in partnership with the CAS team to analyze cell phone data and kind of feed each other back and forth to further investigations.
And is that what you did here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What specific cell phone data did you look at?
We started off our investigation by doing a deep analysis on the tolls of the victims' cellular telephones. When I say tolls, I'm speaking of the incoming and outgoing calls from the victims' phones to include records of incoming and outgoing text messages.
And when you did that, did you notice anything in particular?
Yes, we worked off a theory due to many of the victims arriving at the scene where they were murdered at various times, right? So they didn't all just appear there together. So we worked under the theory that someone must have organized a meeting or at least some type of reason to get the 4 victims to the crime scene. So as we were looking at the victims' tolls, we were looking for any unknown or unusual cell phone activity, particularly any cell phone number that would have contacted any of the victims consistent with maybe asking them to come to this location.
Okay. And did a number stand out?
There was one number that was immediately interesting. It showed up on the cell phone analysis at approximately 6:38 that morning, 6:38 a.m. That number was unknown as far as the tolls that we had analyzed to that point of known numbers of associates of the victims. In addition, another thing that we do when we're working these investigations is try to determine when the victims' phones stop taking calls, right? We're trying to work on a timeline. We're trying to narrow everything down so that our cell phone data is strong as possible. We noticed from the 4 victims' phones that none of the victims answered a call or made a call after 7:01 a.m. So knowing where they were located and when their phones stopped answering calls, we knew that whatever had happened to them had most likely happened right around or just before 7:01 a.m.
And the number that stood out, was that 731-345-7426?
It was.
And so prior to 6:38 that morning, it wasn't on any tolls of the victims.
Right. We subpoenaed the number and ascertained that phone had just came on for the first time ever that morning, and that it had been purchased the night before at a Walmart in Dyersburg, Tennessee.
And so what else did you do next?
We asked for tolls for that cell phone number to ascertain who, at that time, we could only see when it had called one of the victim's phones, which we had their tolls. So we now ask for the tolls of the number ending in 7426. One of the first things we saw when those tolls came in is that at 7:01 was the last call with one of the victims, Adriana Williams. And at 7:25, it was calling persons associated with the rental of the Nissan Rogue car that was in question. So we knew pretty confidently that number was very interesting to us. We then asked for the cell phone company to provide geolocation records for the cell phone 731-345-7426. And immediately we ascertained that number had been at the crime scene and had started traveling south from the crime scene at approximately 7:24 a.m. As I mentioned earlier, my job is to combine the phone, the video reviews, and the timelines to make it tell a story, to help it assist in telling a story. We also had ascertained that Matt Wilson's vehicle was also going south from the crime scene, passing a camera at approximately 7:25 a.m. And the cell phone data put this newly identified cell phone number passing that same camera at a time consistent with Matt Wilson's truck going southbound.
And Mr. Wilson's truck is a late 80s F-150.
That's correct.
Can I ask one thing? I'm sorry. When you say passes the camera, are you referring to the camera that, where was that camera?
I should have been more specific. Yes, sir. So
I apologize. I didn't
no,
mean to throw you off.
absolutely.
Yes, sir.
There was a fire station on Highway 78, just north of the main intersection here, headed towards the crime scene. And that was the video that caught the F-150 traveling southbound at 7:25 a.m.
There had been some testimony about cameras, and I was trying to make sense of which one it was talking about. So
Yes, sir.
apologize for interrupting the agent. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
All right, Agent Austin, you had mentioned that 7426 called a number associated with the rental. Can you explain that?
Yes, due to some good work performed previously, there was a Nissan Rogue that had been identified that had been rented in Jackson, Tennessee the day before and picked up on the morning of the homicide. This vehicle was captured on license plate readers going northbound towards the crime scene and then going southbound away from the crime scene at a time later in the afternoon. In addition, there was some identification of the vehicle from a park ranger being seen at the location. The investigative team followed up with the rental agreement and with Enterprise Rental Car to learn about the who had rented this vehicle and identified a Michelle Obelis, I may not pronounce the last name correctly, Obelis, as being the renter. As that investigation continued, she had identified that the vehicle had been given to Austin Drummond and rented on Austin Drummond's behalf.
Okay. And did she have any connection to the defendant, Mr. Drummond?
Her boyfriend, Giovanni Thomas, was closely associated with Austin, and she was also closely associated with an individual named Tanaka Brown. Our phone toll analysis identified that at 7:25, as that number 731-345-7426 was leaving the crime scene, it was jumping on a three-way conference call with Tanaka Brown and Giovanni Thomas.
Okay. And then what happened next?
So obviously at this point, we were extremely interested in just learning everything we can about the user of this telephone number. We learned that upon departing the crime scene, it traveled to an area in Dyersburg commonly known as Bikini Bottoms. Bikini Bottoms used to be like an off-road recreation vehicle area for ATVs and such. When the phone arrived, and a point of interest, as this phone is traveling south towards Bikini Bottom, one of the victim's phones is traveling in concert with that phone. So that was very interesting to us as well. Both of those phones got to the Bikini Bottom area, and the phone 731-345-7426 arrived at Bikini Bottom at approximately 7:44 a.m. and stayed in the area to approximately 9:04 a.m. Based on what we do with violent crime investigations and the knowledge base that we have.
Coming in softly. Coming in softly. Turn your volume down for a second. SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, yes, Bikini Bottom. I didn't know it was a place. Oh my gosh. I'm like, oh my goodness. SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, wow, Bikini Bottoms. Hey, Lynn. I blew. I killing me softly. I wanted to make sure I come in soft. Didn't want to go on the mic real hot. SpongeBob SquarePants. I never knew that was actually a place. Is that where they got it from? Mm-hmm. Wow. Never knew. Okay, y'all can turn your volume back up. I'll make sure I just blow when it's time.
We theorize that something as far as getting rid of evidence or weapons or something had happened at that Bikini Bottom area.
And in fact, did it?
It did. There was, based on the phone data and the investigation in whole, search parties were organized to go to Bikini Bottom. On the day that these phone tolls were being worked, they initially found a Tennessee driver's license for Matthew Wilson. And the next day, we found Mr. Wilson's vehicle down the ravine there at Bikini Bottom.
And that's the late 80s F-150 truck.
Yes, sir.
Did 7426 stay at Bikini Bottom?
It stayed there till about 9:04 a.m. And then it began a southeastwardly travel towards Jackson, Tennessee.
Right. And did it eventually reach Jackson?
It did.
Do you know what time?
Refer to my notes for a more specific time. We saw it arriving in the Jackson, Tennessee area at approximately 10:04 a.m.
And where did the phone go while it was in Jackson?
The phone first travels to an area consistent with the Clarion Hotel in Jackson, Tennessee. It then moves towards the Cherry Grove Apartments, and then eventually towards back up towards Dyersburg.
Okay. Let's stay in Jackson for a minute. Was there any significance to the Clarion Hotel?
Through the investigation, the Clarion was identified as a place where Austin Drummond resided regularly and potentially used as a place to organize criminal activity.
And was his vehicle at the Clarion?
The information from the investigation is that his personal vehicle, the Audi, was at the Clarion. Mr. Tanaka Brown, who picked him up at Bikini Bottom, drove him back to his vehicle at the Clarion, and then followed him to Cherry Grove to depart, to leave the Audi sedan.
Okay. The Was there any significance to the Cherry Grove apartment?
Cherry Grove Apartments is where Mr. Drummond's girlfriend, Caitlin Speed, resided. The investigation revealed that when his vehicle was departed at the Cherry Grove apartment complex, that he ascertained some cleaning style brushes at the apartment.
And then you said after that, it starts moving back north towards Dyersburg?
There's a little time with it still being in Jackson, but by 11:55 a.m., the phone began a northwestern travel towards Bells, Tennessee.
And then it reaches Dyersburg?
We have the phone in conjunction with the license plate readers being in Dyersburg at 12:39 p.m. and by 1:04 p.m. being back north of Tiptonville near the crime scene.
And did it stay at the crime scene very long?
The phone appeared to stay, and a couple, just one note of reference for an education and this geolocation stuff with phones. You get these records either when a phone call is placed, a text message is placed, or some type of data transfer between the phone and the network. So Instagram sends you a notification, or your bank pops up and says you overdrafted. Like any kind of data transfer, you'll get a location data. But a person could be at a place a couple minutes before, and we would not see that due to if there was no data transmission, could stay at a place a couple minutes after. These time frames are based on a call being made or a data transfer happening. So the last data transfer we saw near the crime scene was at 1:14 p.m.
All right, and then what happened?
1:38, we started seeing timing advanced data southbound from the crime scene.
Timing advanced data.
Timing advanced data is how a cellular tower communicates with the handheld phone device. So in a nutshell, the cell phone towers that you see have 3 sectors that cover a 360-degree circle. Each of these sectors cover approximately 120 degrees. When a phone is on a network, it's constantly sending some type of signal to the phone to determine how far away it is from that network. And the primary reason is a business sense from the phone company. They need to know which tower that phone should be using to have the strongest reception or the strongest data capability. So as that ping is going to that phone and coming back to that tower, if it's getting a little too far away or maybe a little closer to another tower, it'll tell it to start communicating with the stronger tower. So what we can do in law enforcement is we can ask to obtain that timing advanced data. And what that will do is say, when the phone was making that call or having that data transaction, what sector is it on, what 120-degree arc from the tower, and how long did it take that communication to go to the phone and back. So if you have 120 degrees and you're measuring the time from the tower to the phone and back, you're able to say that phone is somewhere in that arc that represents the amount of time from the tower and back.
So at 1:38, you start seeing timing advanced data moving south from the crime scene.
That's correct.
Okay. And what happened next?
Still tracking south towards Dyersburg through 2:14 p.m. Then we have another license plate reader hit in Dyersburg at 2:15 p.m. From the next timing advanced data of significance was from 2:32 to 2:35. It was tracking towards Friendship, where the 8-month-old Westland was dropped off. The phone hit a arc right over the house where the baby was dropped off at approximately 2:35 p.m.
When you say the phone hit an arc, what does that mean?
So when the phone made either a data transfer or a phone call or a text message at 2:35, the phone communicated with the tower in an amount of time consistent that it had to be in an arc that covered the area of the home where the baby was dropped off.
Okay. So then what happened after that?
Around 2:35 to 2:55, the phone starts slowly going back northbound towards Dyersburg. We learned through our investigation by 3:11 p.m. that a 911 call was coming in about the child being in the yard. From 2:57 to 3:23, the phone starts tracking towards Bells, Tennessee, southeast again, eventually towards Jackson.
And, does it eventually reach Jackson?
It does. At 3:39 p.m., the telephone number was back in the Jackson, Tennessee area. Of great significance to the investigative team. At 4:22 p.m., I'll try to explain this. It's a little bit difficult, but I mentioned the arcs where a phone can be in. So if you've got a sector pointing this way and you have the arc, but if you're in a city and you got multiple towers close, sometimes you'll see the arc from this tower and then the other tower facing back at you, you'll see its arc. So if you ever have two arcs intercept, you can not only say the phone is in the arc, you can say it's exactly you can say with great confidence that the phone is where the two arcs intercept. You almost have to see that, but where the two arcs from two towers intersected from 4:22 p.m. to 6:06 p.m. was right over Austin Drummond's parents' home.
And then, did he leave his parents' home?
Approximately 6:34, we saw the phone being in an area consistent with the Clarion Hotel again. And then at 8:44 p.m., we saw the phone being in an area consistent with being back at Cherry Grove Apartments at Caitlin Speed's residence. And then of note, the phone went off the network. Well, let me mention this. Of note, that Lake County received a 911 call at 8:17 p.m., kind of alerting the family and the public to what's going on. The phone went off the network for the last time ever at 8:44 p.m. So the phone was just turned on for that day and then was never used again after 8:44 p.m.
Thank you, Agent Lawson.
Yes.
Mr. Huffman?
Good question, Agent Lawson.
Yes.
So your role in this case was essentially limited to the cell phone data analysis, correct?
Cell phone analysis and just assisting with interpretation in the command posts of the timeline, the video, and the phone data.
Okay. All right, now, I actually understand what you're talking about with the triangulation regarding those things. The only way, so when you have cell phone data, my understanding is, and Bruce also from your testimony, there are 120-degree arcs. You typically, cell towers have three areas, encompassing 360 degrees, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Now, in order to determine the position of the cell phone, you can tell which sector it's in, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And unless you have the timing advance data, you do not have a distance from the tower, correct?
Right, that requires the timing advance data.
All right, so if you do not have the timing advance data, you just know it's somewhere in that sector.
Yes,
And that could be large area, square miles, correct?
yes, sir.
Right. How many of these locations did you have timing advance data? For instance, you said there's one where the timing advance data gave you triangulation directly over Austin Drummond's parents' house.
Yes,
A couple times you testified that you had the cell phone at the crime scene.
yes.
Was that given with the timing advance data, or was that just in the general area with the sector?
That was with timing advance data, but it would be with one arc. So it could be in a great length of area in an arc, but the arc was over the crime scene.
Okay, so you did have a sector and an arc.
Yes.
That was my question. Did you ever determine who purchased that cell phone? You said it was purchased in Walmart in Dyersburg. Is there any evidence who purchased that phone?
We believe that two of the victims purchased the phone the night before.
Do you have any evidence that Austin Drummond purchased that phone?
Not him personally, no, sir.
In the key bottom, you said that you located the Tennessee license of Matthew Wilson as well as his truck in Ravine, is that correct?
The truck was in a ravine. My understanding is the Tennessee VL was a paper copy, and it was not down the hill. It was up more in a kind of common area, but it wasn't down the ravine.
Were you involved in that search or processing that scene?
No, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir. Any redirect, General?
No, Your Honor.
Agent Clausen, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your next witness, General.
Special Agent Justin Tubbs.
Agent Tubbs, if you would please come to the witness stand, sir. If at any time any of the parties need to take a break, use the restroom or do anything, just let me know and I'll be happy to do that. I just forgot to mention that. Agent Tubbs, raise your right hand, sir, please.
You solemnly swear upon the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Would you state your name, please?
Justin Tubbs
And Special Agent Tubbs, where do you work, sir?
with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there since 2018.
And do you recall, were you on call or were you called on the evening of July 29th, 2025?
I was called, yes.
Do you know what the purpose of that call was?
Lake County Sheriff's Department had been called to an area out by the prison where two vehicles I had received emails about the child that was missing that morning or that afternoon
From Dyer County?
from Dyer County, and the parents of the child plus the grandmother and the uncle of the child. So whenever I was called, I was told their vehicles and the deceased victims had been found out at the end of Carrington Road.
Okay. Did you go to that scene?
I did.
Once you got to that scene, what did you see?
There were members of not only the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, Lake County Sheriff's Department, Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, because it was on their land. But there was also some special agents from the TBI who had also been called to come out and assist me. Once we got out there, I saw the black Charger that was known to be driven by Braden Williams, 15-year-old child, and a white Traverse that was known to be driven by Courtney Rose.
Was anyone inside the vehicles?
They were not.
What'd you do after locating those vehicles?
We had Deputy Hunter Brady walk us around the scene as to what he had discovered whenever he first came upon the scene. And he showed us inside of the white Traverse, there was a red, brownish stain substances that are consistent with what I know to be blood. And then he showed us.
And let me ask this. Do you know who that white Traverse belonged to?
It was known to be driven by Courtney Rose.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And if you drive down Carrington Road, to the left where it kind of comes to a dead end, it's almost like a parking lot where these vehicles were parked. Behind that is whenever you start walking into the woods, same as what the deputy before was talking about. If you cross the road, you have wooded area in front of you. So the deputy took us to the back of the parking lot and showed us where Braden Williams and Miss Courtney Rose were laying. They were covered with what looked like to be camouflage burlap, which is commonly used with hunting that I know of. And then he walked us in front of the parking lot across the road where the bodies of Adriana Williams and Matthew Wilson were at. And they were also covered with the same type of burlap.
Were you able to, were they all deceased?
They were.
When you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the cause of death at that time? Or
They-
what, not a medical cause, but what appeared to be?
The injuries were consistent with gunshot wounds that all four victims had.
Were you able to determine how many gunshot wounds there were?
Not at the time.
Were you able to at a later time?
Yes, whenever the medical examiner out of Nashville called me with preliminary findings, he informed me of how many wounds and type of wounds that each victim had.
What type of wounds did Courtney Rose have?
She had been shot in the head
How many times?
at least once that I remember.
What about Braden Williams?
He had been shot in the back of the head.
What about Adriana Williams?
She had also been shot in the head.
What about Matthew Wilson?
Mr. Wilson had been shot in multiple places in his body for approximately 11 times.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
Please, please, please help me. Please.
Go ahead, Joe.
Was there you had said earlier that there was an infant that had been found in Dyer County.
Yes, sir.
I assume, did you find any evidence of an infant that may have been there?
I didn't see any evidence in the vehicle at the time. Whenever we realized the totality of the scene, myself and my immediate supervisor that was on the scene, we decided to call the violent crime response team that TBI has, and we stepped back away from the scene and secured it until they got there.
And after they got there and they processed the scene, did you continue with the investigation?
We did. We set up a command post away from the crime scene at the Old National Guard Armory here in Tiptonville.
Were you eventually able to develop a suspect in these homicides?
They were a person of interest, yes.
And who was that?
Mr. Austin Drummond.
Did you see him in court
I
today?
do.
You identified him?
He's a gentleman sitting at the defense table in the inmate uniform.
After getting there, you said that there were two vehicles there. Did you get information that there may have been a third vehicle?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We were told by Miss Kim Hamill, which is Mr. Wilson's mother, that he drove a older model F-150.
Do you know what color it was?
It was white with a red stripe down the side of it.
Was that vehicle out there that day?
It was not.
Did you think that maybe that was something you needed to be looking for?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Chief Joe England with the Tiptonville Police Department, before we got to Tiptonville, had already been looking at video from the Tiptonville Fire Department. There's a camera there. And he had found video of the victims arriving that morning, passing the fire department, driving north out towards Carrington Road. And then I believe there was video of the truck returning a few minutes later, about an hour or so later.
Okay. And you said that was footage from the Tiptonville Fire Department?
Correct.
Did you review that footage yourself?
I did not. I mean, I did look at pictures that Chief
At a
was
later
sending us.
time.
Correct. We obtained the entire video. We sent an agent to Tiptonville to obtain video not only from the fire department and other places of interest along Highway 78.
One thing that we usually look at on security cameras is the date and time.
Correct.
Did you check that on these cameras?
On the fire department camera, I did ask the chief to check what the time on the timestamp was on the camera footage versus the real time.
Okay. And was it accurate?
It was not.
Okay. What, about how far off was it, just approximately?
Approximately 53 minutes.
53 minutes, okay. Was the date correct?
Yes.
All right. Maybe one thing, I'm gonna show you a video right there. And I'm just gonna go ahead and move over to the point that we're interested in.
General, while you're pulling that up, I want to ask one question. You're saying, I just heard a moment ago, you said on the time period right there, which is marked in the right-hand corner of the screen, bottom right-hand corner, that is actually, if it's saying 5:35, it's actually 53 minutes ahead in time. Is that what you're saying?
So if it's 5:35, it's going to be 53 minutes. So the time that's on there is 53 minutes slow.
Okay, so it should be 6:28 or 6, somewhere around 6.
Approximately.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you.
Okay, I want you to look at this camera that in the fire department. Tell me if you can tell me what these, I'm sorry, let me back just a second. You recognize that white vehicle?
It appears to be the white Traverse of Miss Courtney Rose.
And what direction is that vehicle traveling?
It is traveling north.
And what, in relation to the fire department, where is the crime scene?
If you're looking at the road, the direction that the car is traveling is the direction of Carrington Road.
So that car will be traveling in the direction of the crime scene.
Correct.
And then you recognize that vehicle?
It appears to be the vehicle that Mr. Braden Williams would have been driving.
Okay. And this would have been, since the time is all approximately 6:28, somewhere around that time.
Correct.
Once again, this is Tippinville Fire Department camera. Is that right?
Correct. Pointed south.
You recognize that vehicle?
I do. That is the vehicle that appears to be driven by Mr. Matthew Wilson.
And is that the vehicle that was not at the scene that you were looking for?
It was not at the scene.
And the time, once again, it's not correct. So is it approximately 20, 22, 23 minutes after the first two vehicles came by?
That's correct.
And then did you later find a video from the fire department as well of one of the vehicles or any of the vehicles leaving the scene?
We did.
Was there a video of all three vehicles leaving?
No, sir.
How many vehicles were actually leaving the scene?
It was a video. On this video, it only captured the truck of Mr. Matthew Wilson.
Was it Mr. Matthew Wilson in the truck or was it just his truck?
It was just his truck, from what I can tell. I couldn't see. I can't ascertain who was in the vehicle.
The same vehicle leaving the scene?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Now, you heard testimony from Agent Lawson previously about the phone calls. And there was a talk about a phone call that connected on the cell phone that was at the scene, then left the scene, and then was eventually at Austin Drummond's parents' home. Was it at the same time that coordinates with this video?
Yes.
Now, did you also obtain video footage from Williams' garage?
It was obtained. I haven't viewed it.
Now, were you able to determine that the time on that one was actually correct?
I do remember being told that they had the correct timeline.
So now, is this south of the fire department?
It is heading back towards Dyersburg.
Okay, so if you're coming from Dyersburg to the crime scene, this camera would have caught the vehicles first and then the fire department.
Correct. The Mexican restaurants are to the left of the screen. And then you have the mural that's painted on these little grain bins or chemical bins.
Okay. Is that the same white Traverse we saw previously?
It does appear to be the same white
And
Traverse.
that time is 6:27 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that time is actually accurate. That's the time the vehicles were actually going towards the crime scene.
The real time, whenever this video was seized or collected, was the same time as what the live image on the screen that they were watching the video was. So yes, that's the correct time.
So that would have been the correct time. And then the black vehicle that is trailing,
That appears to be the same Dodge Charger that was at the crime scene.
that the red and white truck once again.
It is.
Can you tell how many people are in that vehicle?
There appears to be 2 occupants of the vehicle.
And that time, 6:50 a.m., that would be the accurate time?
That's correct.
So about 20 minutes after the first 2 vehicles came by.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you one other. That's the same vehicle now leaving the crime scene.
It appears to be.
And once again, the time on that.
It's 07:25 a.m.
So approximately 30 minutes after it passed by the first time.
That's correct.
Can you tell if there's 2 people in the vehicle?
It doesn't appear to be. I can't see anybody in the vehicle from here.
You see anyone in the passenger seat?
You mind if I stand up?
No, go ahead.
I don't mind.
Do not.
Do you know how far it is from the Mexican restaurant there to the crime scene that you were driving?
Just a few minutes. I'm not sure on the mileage. Maybe 2-3 miles,
Maybe 10 minutes?
maybe.
We've got about a 30-minute gap there from the time that the vehicle passes here, gets to the crime scene, and then comes back to that point.
That's correct.
Did you later find that red and white vehicle?
We did.
Where was it found?
It was found in the Bikini Bottoms area. The day before the paper copy of Mr. Wilson's driver's license had been found. I believe it's commonly known as the 3 Cross Memorial or the Karis Fluff Memorial. It had been found by some citizens. We had some people go out there and collect it. The agent at the time believed he saw it was getting close to dark. Believed he saw some tire tracks going down the gully, or being whatever you want to call it. So we set up a search for the next morning. That morning we had TBI out there, Tennessee Wildlife Resources, members of the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, and they found that truck down that ravine covered by kudzu bones.
Now, if we can go back one other thing, the video that we just showed, the truck as it was leaving Tiptonville, was at 7:25 a.m. Okay. When you heard the testimony of Agent Lawson, did you hear him testify that there was a 3-way call taking place at that exact time, 7:25 a.m.,
Yes, sir.
between Austin Drummond, Tanaka Brown? Okay, let me rephrase that.
The house is staying back.
That there was a call Tanaka Brown and Giovanni Thomas.
Correct. The phone that had been at the crime scene that was activated that morning, that we later found out was bought by the victims the night before. There was a call to Mr. Gio Thomas, and Mr. Tanaka Brown.
And at that exact time that it was passing that Mexican restaurant, 7:25 a.m., the call didn't make.
Approximately correct, the exact time. Yes, sir.
All right, so now let me go back to the vehicle that was found. Did you receive any information about how the vehicle got there?
I did.
Yeah, it got to Bikini Bottoms.
Correct. We interviewed Miss Michelle Ovelis a couple of times, and she ended up telling us that she was told by Tanaka Brown that he had met Mr. Drummond with the baby out in that area and given him a ride back to Jackson.
Did you talk to Tanaka Brown about that?
We did.
Did he admit any of those things?
He did.
Did he make any statements about assisting to push the vehicle?
He did not, but he did make that statement to Miss Ovelis's boyfriend, Gio Thomas.
Did Mr. Brown bring anything with him when he picked up Mr. Drummond?
During an interview with Mr. Brown, he informed me that whenever he was on that three-way call with Mr. Drummond, Gio Thomas, that Mr. Drummond had asked him for a ride, and he also told him to pick up cleaning supplies. But he said he stopped at Walmart in Jackson and bought gloves, bleach, and trash bags.
Do you know if those supplies were used at that crime scene or at the scene of the truck?
We were told by Mr. Brown and Miss Ovelis that whenever they returned the vehicle, there was cleaning supplies and trash bags in the trunk along with a gas can.
Okay. So Mr. Tanaka Brown admits that he picks up Mr. Drummond and the baby from Bikini Bottoms
Correct. He also told
and takes them where?
takes them to, the first place he took them was to the Clarion Hotel in Jackson off Carriage House Drive. That's where Mr. Drummond's Audi vehicle was parked. Mr. Drummond got the vehicle. Mr. Brown and him went to Cherry Grove Apartments where they dropped the Audi off. They continued on from there with the child in the car to the apartment of Gio Thomas and Michelle Ovelis to retrieve the rental car.
Okay. And the rental car, what type of rental car was it?
It was a Nissan Rogue.
Do you remember the color?
It was a silver or light gray.
And what type of license plate did it have?
It did have California tags on it.
And have you received information previously from a wildlife officer that may have seen that vehicle?
He is a state park ranger, Mr. Corey Hussey. He had seen a Nissan SUV along with the two victims' vehicles out on Carrington Road earlier that afternoon. And the distinguishing feature on that Nissan vehicle was it had California tags.
Okay. And you actually were able to determine that it was a rental vehicle?
Correct. Whenever we ran the information on that license plate, we found that it was a rental for Enterprise rental car, and it had been picked up at the Enterprise location over in Jackson by the bowling alley.
Okay. And do you know who rented that vehicle, who picked it up?
Michelle Velis had reserved that vehicle on the night of the July 28th.
And you said that you had talked with Ms. Ovelis.
We had.
Why did she rent that car?
She stated on the night of the 28th, Mr. Drummond, well, she knew him as AD, came to her residence and asked her to rent him a vehicle to be picked up at noon the following day on the 29th.
Okay. And did he actually pick that vehicle up?
He
Mr.
picked it.
Drummond, did he actually pick
He
it
didn't pick it up from Enterprise. He picked it up from her residence later on the 29th at approximately, she said, between 10 and 11 a.m.
Do you know if he was alone at the time he picked up the vehicle?
Ms. Ovelis and Mr. Thomas both told us that Mr. Brown, Mr. Tanaka Brown, was with him whenever he arrived and obtained the rental vehicle and left in it.
And about what time was it that he left? After he picked up the vehicle and left their residence?
She stated it was sometime between 10 and 11 a.m.
And that was in Jackson?
That was in Jackson
Okay.
on the 29th of July.
All right. We've heard evidence already about flock cameras and about looking for footage. were you able to determine that vehicle actually did have a direction of travel after it was picked up?
Correct. We had it on camera sometime after 11 o'clock, or we did find that it was on camera sometime after 11 o'clock leaving Jackson.
Okay. Which direction did it go?
It was headed north.
And once again, is the crime scene north of Jackson?
It is.
Did it eventually make its way to Dyersburg and then back to Lake County?
It did. It was recorded at the intersection over by Love's and Cracker Barrel in Dyersburg,
Okay.
heading towards Lake County, north towards Lake County.
And was the picture clear enough to see if it was clean, dirty, anything about it?
It was. It appeared to be a cleaner car.
Was it later seen coming back into Dyersburg?
It was.
And was there a difference in the car as far as the cleanliness of the car?
I do not recall if it was the camera there in Dyersburg or if it was a camera in Jackson, but it did appear to be dusty from the midline of the doors, including the tires and rims.
The road out on Carrington Road, is it a paved road out to the area of the crime scene?
From what I recall, when you first turn onto the road, it's semi-paved and turns into a gravel road.
And
And the area where the crime scene actually is, where the cars and the bodies were, was a gravel parking lot.
do you have to drive a good distance on that gravel portion of the drive?
You did.
Now, we reviewed video cameras previously of the Dodge Charger, the white Traverse, the red and white pickup truck Ford F-150. Was there also video that captured the Nissan Rogue in Tiptonville?
I believe there was a video. I don't recall which establishment that video is from.
Okay. Once again, you did receive video images from Williams Garage.
Correct.
If you would, I'd like to show you a video. Does that appear to be the Nissan Rogue that had been rented?
Yes, it's a light silver, maybe a gray Rogue. It looks to have a license plate on the front of it, unlike what Tennessee requires.
And that was going to be my next question. Does California require a license plate on the front and back?
They normally do, yes.
Okay. And did this vehicle have a California plate on the front and back?
Other images that I've seen of it did have a California plate on the front and the back, yes.
Just as this appears to have.
Correct.
And that time, once again, is 1:08:52.
That's correct.
So this is probably maybe, what, an hour and a half from the time the vehicle was picked up in Jackson?
It was picked up somewhere after a
I'm softly whispering in your ears. Is anybody listening? Yes, sweet nothings before I blow your eardrums out. Okay, so quick question, guys. I know I know y'all gotta, it's all kind of creepy. Well, I don't want to be up in y'all ear making love to your eardrums or anything. I ain't trying to do that, but I don't know. I don't know no better way to come up in. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to blow your eardrums out, and I know my mouth is big. Okay, check it. Question. Because I do want to make sure that since we watching this, no, that's fine. I wanted to know, do y'all want me to show the Megan Boswell sentencing for the baby Evelyn case? That's what I wanted to find out. Because I had an alert on, and if y'all wanted to see it, I wanted to make sure. Hey, Patty, welcome. Okay, so when that comes on, I'll stop it. Oh, good. Okay, Merelda, yeah, take her keyboard. Lock her keyboard up. Hers has to be locked up with files. All right. All right, I will switch it to that when it comes time. I just wanted to make sure that everybody wanted to see it. Okay, cool. We won't go to another room. We'll just play it right here.
It was leaving Jackson probably approximately 11:30 from what I would call. It'd probably be about an hour and a half or so, a little bit more than an hour.
More than an hour and a half by the time it left Jackson. So, okay. All right, and I'm going to show you one other video. And once you notice that time, 13:08. Do you recall the time that the vehicle was seen by the park ranger?
Whenever we first interviewed him, he believed that he saw it somewhere between 1 and 1:15.
And that was 1:08. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that appear to be the same vehicle going back towards Jackson?
It was.
So it was originally 1:08, it's now 1:33, so approximately 20 minutes or less from the time that it was seen previously. Is that right?
Correct.
So that'd be just about enough time to go over there, turn around, and come right back.
It would be.
Did you have information that at this time, the infant was still with Mr. Drummond in the vehicle?
Yes. Whenever Mr. Brown told us that he dropped whenever they arrived at the house of Ovelis, or the residence of Ovelis and Thomas, he stated that Mr. Drummond transferred not only the baby, but the cleaning supplies he had bought to the road and left the residence with it. So we had no other reason to think that the baby wasn't with him at this time, especially since it didn't get dropped off until after 3 p.m. in dinner time.
Okay. So that was 1:40 when he was going back towards Dyersburg, and then approximately an hour and 20 minutes later when the call comes in.
The 911, the Dyer County 911 call, yes, sir.
Okay. And this may be a silly question, but do you know if Mr. Drummond was the legal guardian of the child?
No, he wasn't the legal guardian of the child.
You know if he had custody of that child, had permission to have the child?
No.
Now, you did request cell phone data, which we've heard from already, is that right?
Correct. We had started working with our, as soon as before we even set up our command post, we started contacting our agent, Andy Valley, who also works with FBI agent Carla Rexing, who also analyzes phones and the type of data that Agent White does. And he started submitting paperwork to AT&T and other companies for the victims' phones to start getting their data.
Were you able to determine where the phone came from?
The phone in question that Agent Scott
Yes.
Wilson. Dyer County Sheriff's Department had, whenever they gathered the video from Walmart the night before on the 28th, they also got a receipt from Walmart showing that a purchase by the victims of the burlap, the camouflage burlap, or similar camouflage burlap that was at the crime scene, along with a cell phone. Sorry, Gerald.
Do you recognize that
This is the receipt I've seen. Correct.
from the cell phone purchase?
Right.
And do you know who it was that purchased that cell phone?
At the time, I was told it was one of the victims. I believe, or I do recall that I've been told that Mr. Braylon Williams was actually seen on camera purchasing the phone.
Did you make that exhibit your testimony?
I will.
Without objection, Mr. Huffman. Show this mark as State Exhibit 6.
Were you able to determine if that cell phone was used to call any family or friends of Austin Drummond?
Yes, that cell phone was used to call Geo Thomas, who in turn put Mr. Brown on the phone on the three-way call that morning.
Did you interview Mr. Gil Thomas?
We did.
Did he admit to you that he did have that three-way call and was he part of the conversation about picking up Mr. Drummond?
That's correct. He did.
And that was to pick him up from Bikini Bottom.
Right.
Now, I've shown you videos. We've also had the cell phone data. Have you reviewed both of those prior to today? Have you looked at those, looked at that data?
I have some of it, correct.
Okay. Would it be accurate to say that the cell phone data, the timing on the cell phone data and the timing on the videos match?
From the evidence I've seen that's been collected and presented during the investigation, yes, it did match.
When were you able to take Austin Drummond into custody?
He was taken into custody on, it would have been that Tuesday after, I believe it was August 6, 2025.
So a week later?
Correct.
After being taken into custody, are you aware of any statements that Mr. Austin Drummond has made while being incarcerated?
I've been listening to his phone calls, correct?
Did he give an interview with a reporter in Nashville?
Yes, he did.
And in that interview, did he admit that he was at the scene at the time of the murders?
He did.
Did he also admit that he had dropped the child off on the side of the road at Dyersburg?
I don't recall that part of it. No.
Are you aware of the fact that Austin Drummond has previous felony convictions?
He does.
Yes, sir.
And I'll pass the witness.
Yes, sir. Mr. Huffman.
Good afternoon, Agent Tubbs. A
Yes,
few
sir.
questions. Would it be fair to say that you were the lead agent on this case?
I'm the case agent, correct?
So you pretty much have seen most of the information as it comes in. For instance, the medical examiner's report. You have preliminary reports, right?
I had a preliminary phone call. I haven't received a report yet.
So that is still in process, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you called the violent crime scene, I guess investigative team, is that what's the name of that team?
The violent crime response team is essentially our crime scene unit.
Okay. And they were the ones who processed the scene.
Correct.
Did you have any involvement in processing the scene?
I did not.
All right. Do you recall how many were any shell cases recovered?
There was.
Do you recall how many?
I did not. I was not told the number.
Do you know what type of cases were recovered?
So this is an area where people go out and target practice, from what I was told. I'm not from Lake County. There were a few different kinds of calibers out there. The violent crime response team leader, Special Agent Forensic Scientist Julian Conyers, I had a conversation with him. And he said the majority of the cartridge casings that was around the White Road were 45 caliber.
But there were multiple shell casings, multiple types of shell casings.
Multiple calibers of shell casings, correct? Cartridge casings.
Now, did you process the scene at all yourself?
I did not. We stepped back and called them.
Did they take photos, that sort of thing?
They take photos, they take measurements, they collect evidence, the whole range.
Any videotape?
They usually do. I'm not sure on this one. So whenever they finish processing and they do all their evidence, all that, they will create what they call a crime scene investigation report with the photos and everything. That's still in the process.
That's not completed. So
Last I checked this week, it was not completed yet.
typically, do you guys just don't carry body cams like that? Did you have a body cam?
I did not.
Regarding the video with time delta, how did you determine that it was 53 minutes slow? How did you determine that?
Whenever I was talking with Chief England, I asked him what the time was on what he was looking at live on the video camera, because he went back to the fire department to see how far was behind, or if he could get any more video of any of the victims' vehicles, any other vehicles that might be suspicious. And I asked him to look at what the real time was in the live video versus what like what was on his watch. And he found that it was 53 minutes behind.
During the course of your investigation, were you able to gather any evidence as to why these victims were on the scene?
During interviews, yes, we were told by family a possibility about why they were out on the scene.
And what was that possibility?
The introduction of contraband into the Northwest Correctional Facility.
Were you able to obtain any evidence regarding that?
Regarding them being part of it.
Well, you said that the potential introduction of contraband in Northwest. Was there any contraband found on the scene?
No, there wasn't any on the scene that I'm aware of. I have not been told by the violent crime response team what was in the car, but that has not come up in our discussions.
Yes, sir. Any redirect, General?
One of the things I failed to include the actual videos. I played those. Make that get your testimony.
I would.
No further questions.
Agent Tubbs, you may have a seat. Please
Yes,
go,
sir.
whichever you choose to do. Thank you, sir. The next witness.
The only other proof we have is we do have certified copies of the verification of death for each agent.
Without objection. Show the CD being entered with the video of the point as States Exhibit 7, and then this being on as States Exhibit 7. Or 8, I'm sorry. I apologize, I'm right. That concludes the state's proof.
It does, Your Honor.
No further things.
Then we should be heard on argument.
Yes. You've heard all the proof in this case. There's a real tight timeline with this case, and we think that we can show we've shown that today with cell phone data and as well as video footage. But just to go back through that, and just to go back through this timeline, I want to go back and highlight these things. At 6:27 a.m., the Dodge Charger and the Chevrolet Traverse are going north towards the crime scene on the fire department camera in Tiptonville. At 6:38, there's an outgoing call from the phone, and when I talk about the phone, it's going to be the phone in question that was purchased the night before. There's an outgoing call from that phone to Adriana. At 6:47 a.m., the truck driven by Matthew Wilson, the red and white vehicle, comes into Tiptonville, is northbound, goes towards the crime scene. At 6:45 a.m., I'm sorry, 6:54 a.m., there's the first time advance bar on the cell phone, and that is near Tiptonville. At 7:01 a.m., there's an outgoing call to Adriana once again, and that's the last call to Adriana. It lasted 32 seconds.
Which one, what time was that, General?
That was 7:01 a.m. At 7:25 a.m., red and white vehicle is seen traveling southbound on the video in Tiptonville, going past Williams Garage and the Mexican restaurant. And at that same time, a call starts at 7:25 and it lasts until 7:29. That's a three-way call from that phone that's in question to Giovanni Thomas and Tanaka Brown. Both of those individuals did admit in their testimony today that they were on the phone with Austin Drummond at that time. 7:26 a.m., time advance data shows that that phone is now moving south. At 7:44, I'm sorry, let me back up. Between 7:25 and 10:06 a.m., there are approximately 15 calls between that phone number and Giovanni Thomas. At 7:44 a.m. and up until 9:04 a.m. So almost a 2-hour period, a little short of, I'm sorry, not 2 hours, almost an hour, a little over 45, 50 minutes. It shows that the phone is actually at Bikini Bottoms in Dyer County and it's stationary, it's sitting there. From 9:17 to 10:04, the time advance showed that there was southbound movement once again. This time it's going towards Jackson. And this is at the time that testimony was that Tanaka Brown had drove from Jackson to Bikini Bottoms to help push the red and white vehicle into the ravine, pick up Austin Drummond and the child, and drive them back to Jackson. He drove them to the Clareton Inn to pick up the Audi. He then went to pick up a vehicle from Gio and Michelle, and that was a rental vehicle. He had the baby with him this entire time. At the time of 11:55 until 12:07 p.m., we now have a different vehicle. We have the Nissan Rogue with a California license plate that is traveling northbound towards Bells. At 12:39 p.m., that vehicle is seen by license plate readers going through Dyersburg, still traveling north. Between 1:04 and 1:14, it is the approximate time that the cell phone that's been in question the entire time is back at the crime scene. The phone was initially at the crime scene. It left the crime scene. It made phone calls, which witnesses say were made by Austin Drummond. It went to Bikini Bottoms. It went to Jackson. It got the rental car, and now it is back at the crime scene once again. This is between 1:04 and 1:14. At 1:15, you heard testimony from the park ranger that stated that there was a black Charger, a white Traverse, and a Nissan Rogue with a California license plate. He said it left quickly as soon as he passed the vehicle. Between 1:38 and 2:14 p.m., time advance data shows movement going southbound once again from the crime scene back towards Jackson, Dyer County and Jackson. At 2:15 p.m., the rental vehicle is southbound according to license plate readers. Between 2:32 and 2:35, it's in the area where the baby was eventually dropped in Friendship. At 2:55, the time advance showed that the cell phone and vehicle was northbound towards Dyersburg. And just a few minutes later, 3:11 p.m., the 911 call came in. The baby had been dropped. And keep in mind that Mr. Drummond admitted that he dropped the baby. Between 2:57 and 3:23 p.m., the time advance showed that the vehicle was traveling southeast, back towards Bells, and back towards Jackson, was back in Jackson by 3:39 p.m. Between 4:22 and 6:06, and this is really important, there were overlapping arcs. And you heard the testimony was that when there's overlapping arcs, you can almost pinpoint where the person is. And those arcs overlapped right above Austin Drummond's parents' house. And it stayed there for an hour and a half. From 6:34 to 8:44 p.m., it was back at the Clarion Hotel, and then at Campbell Speed residence, who was Mr. Drummond's girlfriend. At 8:17, 911 calls come in about the body being found, and at 8:44, the phone was no longer on network. Your Honor, that is a very tight timeline. The testimony shows that Austin Drummond was at the scene. He admits he was at the scene. He was the person who got the rental vehicle. He's the only person who was in that Nissan Road, which video shows came back to the crime scene, was there just a very few minutes and left the crime scene. And that phone and video synced up all the way through from Jackson to the crime scene and back to Jackson. And there's no other person possible that could have been other than Austin Drummond. Your Honor, based upon that, we think that we've proven the aggravated kidnapping. He took the child without consent. He was not his child. He did not have custody. He was not the guardian. He is a convicted felon. Testimony was that these individuals were shot, which means a weapon was involved. He admits to being on the scene. All four individuals are deceased. We think that meets the probable cause for first-degree murder and the possession of a weapon during the commission of that felony.
Mr. Huffman.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Understanding this is a preliminary hearing and that the burden of proof is probable cause and not beyond reasonable doubt, obviously. There's been no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Drummond fired any weapon. The only evidence that was presented today was that there was a cell phone purchased by one of the victims at the scene and proof that he was present on scene, but no proof as to anybody else on scene, or even that the cell phone was in his hands when he was on scene. The only thing that probable cause was met was that his presence on scene. There was no evidence whatsoever regarding who fired these shots, if Mr. Drummond fired shots, or if there are other individuals on the scene. So we do not believe that the state has met probable cause regarding the murders. Obviously, there's some evidence regarding Mr. Drummond's having a child, so we will submit that to the court as to determination of probable cause hearing. Again, the only thing that the state has shown ostensibly is his presence on the scene and afterwards. There's been no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Drummond fired any shots.
Any response, Joe? In regards to the motion filed by the state, do we need to have a hearing at this time regarding that? Okay. What I'm going to do is this. If everybody doesn't mind for a moment, I'm going to take a very brief recess. Okay. So if anyone needs to use the restroom, I would tell you to take this time to do so. I'm going to go downstairs and take a brief recess. I'll be back here, folks. Let's try. It is now 2:48. Everyone needs to be back in the courtroom at 3 p.m. sharp. 3 p.m. Okay, we're in recess till then.
All rise. Order's in recess.
while he take his break. I am going to pause it there. It looks like they are starting up the sentencing for baby Evelyn, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and take us into that courtroom. They just started.
This case will take up the state versus Megan Boswell, 72869. Long debate for sentencing. There was a pre-sentence report filed April the 4th, 2025. A jury convicted Ms. Boswell of first-degree murder in count 1, first-degree murder and perpetration of felony in counts 2 and 3. The jury sentenced her to life. The jury also convicted her in count 4 of aggravated child abuse, count 5 aggravated child neglect, count 6 tampering with evidence, count 7 through 17 false report, count 19 abuse of corpse, count 20 failure to report the death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. So we're here on counts 4 through 20 for sentencing today. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Can't ready to proceed.
Yes, yes.
Because sentencing, the first thing that's up, the state has first.
Judge, how are you going to handle the pre-sentence report that we made?
Because of the nature of this case, it's going to be exhibit number 1. I normally don't make any exhibit, but I think in this case.
Fine.
Thanks, Judge.
Somebody have a copy of it? It's not been marked up? And if you don't, I've got it in the file. I just got to find it. Which file it's in?
Good, we have a clean copy.
General, the state having approved.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Sheriff Jeff Cassidy.
Raise your right hand, state your name, please.
Sheriff Jeff Cassidy.
Solemnly swear upon testimony about to give the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Tell the court your name and where you're employed.
Jeff Cassidy, Sheriff of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Been with them a total of 29 years. This is my 7th year as sheriff.
Okay, and so that means you were sheriff in 2020 during the time of this investigation, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm gonna take you back to February 2020. Was Sullivan County the first agency to be involved in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me briefly how Sullivan County how the investigation started?
Missing a child at first, and then once we found out that the last time the baby was saw was in December, we knew it was already behind the curve there. We was probably 2 months away from utilizing the resources that we needed to rescue or recover a baby Evelyn.
Okay. How old were you told Evelyn was the time the investigation began?
15 months.
Okay. What was your role in the investigation?
Of course, as a lead agency, I always stay in contact and communication with all my detectives and everybody that was responded to this scene and responded to all the tips across pretty much the region. So, I was constantly in communication with TBI, FBI, and my detectives.
Okay. If you had to give an approximate number, how many Sullivan County employees do you think were tasked with working this investigation?
Aside from my executive staff, which is about 14, we had probably an additional 40 worked around the clock just on this case.
Okay. When you say around the clock, was there 24/7 coverage
Yes, ma'am.
of this? And we're talking about from the day she was reported missing until the day that she was found.
Yes, ma'am.
It's approximately 18 days.
Yeah, from about February 18th till March 6th, I looked through our records, and just overtime hours alone on this case was 740 hours.
Okay. And that's employees working their regular shifts plus overtime.
Plus overtime.
Okay. So, let me ask this first. Did Sullivan County end up requesting the assistance from other agencies?
Yeah, this was a unique case. Normally we work most cases on our own, but we had to pull resources from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Virginia State Police, SBI.
What is the SBI?
State Bureau of Investigation, and then we had Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, and then multiple local regional jurisdictions up in North Carolina and other states in Middle Tennessee.
Okay. And is that essentially from following tips that were coming in?
Yeah, anything that came through, we followed every lead, try to look into everything that was brought to the VCC, which is the Virtual Command Center through Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And is the Virtual Command Center, that's where the tips would come in to decide how to then send them back out to be investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With these different agencies and with Sullivan County, what types of resources were you able to, what did you utilize to try to find this baby?
We utilized every resource that I've ever even been involved in that was at our disposal. I mean, we took jets to different places to expedite the finding of any type of information that may lead to the recovery of Evelyn. We utilized everything the TBI and FBI provided us with, just anything that was at our disposal. And we probably used more resources for this than anything I can ever remember.
We know that one of the stories, false reports that the defendant gave was that a person by the name of Ethan Perry had Evelyn. What did you have to do in regards to following that lead? What resources were used?
Yeah, he was in the military in Louisiana, from what I remember, and we had to send some detectives up there as well.
Okay. And we know another story that she gave was that she kept hinting at Mendota, Virginia, over and over. Is that a lead that you also use resources to follow?
Yeah, United States Marshal, I left that out. United States Marshals helped us out on that one in Mendota.
Okay. She also told you that Angela Boswell, her mother, had Evelyn at some point. Did you follow that lead?
Yes, we worked extensively on that one. We thought that she may have had custody of baby Boswell, so we that went into North Carolina, and I think the dive team went into the ponds over there as well.
So in preparation for today's hearing, did you were asked to review Sullivan County records regarding this investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the records that you reviewed, were they all maintained by the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am, just the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And the purpose of those was to come up with the manpower that was used,
Yes, ma'am.
to get an approximate amount of manpower and overtime hours, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What if the defendant had told the truth on day one?
Yeah,
Objection calls for speculation.
I could ask it a different way. Would you have found Evelyn if the defendant had told the truth on day one?
Objection
Yes.
calls for speculation.
Sustained. Yeah, you need to rephrase it. Too long.
If you had known that Evelyn was dead on day one, would that have changed the way you conducted your investigation?
absolutely.
Okay. Would all of these resources have been used?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware of community involvement during the time of this investigation, the 18 days of investigation?
Yeah, extremely. They really provided us a lot of additional resources that not criminal justice related, just like they brought us food to the office so we could, eat and still work. And they all pulled together during that time and just showed tremendous outpouring of support for our entire agency and, you know, across the nation, really, this was a national recognized case. So they, the people around here in the community, they started Evelyn's Army, and they provided food for us daily.
Based on your own personal observations, what did the impact on the community look like to you?
Very emotional, just like my staff. I mean, everything you see, you know, people wanted to find this baby, and that was their number one goal. And, you know, whatever it may take, whatever it may need, whatever resource may need to be utilized, everybody was willing and able to put in their time, effort, and energy to locate baby Evelyn. And, you know, just like my staff, I mean, the emotional toll on them, the lack of sleep, but they never did get fatigued. I tried to send some home, and they said, no, I'm not going home. I'm going to work on this case until we find the baby.
Okay, no other questions? Please answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stay with call, take the last price. You're Matt Price, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your position at the sheriff's department?
I'm Lieutenant in Criminal Investigations.
And Lieutenant Price, you very familiar with the investigation involving the disappearance and death of Evelyn Boxwell, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was your role in the investigation?
This case was assigned to me as the lead investigator with the sheriff's office. So I was the lead investigator.
And you worked, the sheriff has testified to, you worked hand in hand with numerous agencies in the investigation, including the TBI, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Agent David Gratz at the time, also two of you
Worked
extensively, that'd be correct. You familiar with the evidence that was collected in the case, the discovery of the body of the victim, Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you some photographs. I'm just going to do this one at a time so for the sake of getting these exhibits in. I'm going to hand you the first photograph, ask you if you can show us, identify what's shown in that photo.
Yes, this is a photograph of looking inside the playhouse at the trash can where Evan was located.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of,
Yes.
of that scene? Okay. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 1 for this hearing. 2, I'm sorry. And I don't know if it's helpful, but that is what the trial was introduced as exhibit number 15. I don't know if that's helpful or would create confusion.
Let's just do the exhibit 1 from that sentence.
Two. You recognize what's shown in the photographs that handed to you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Again, this is looking inside the playhouse at the trash can after the one of the bags had been moved off the top.
Okay. Is there anything of significance that you see as you look at the trash can itself?
Yes, it appears that the items inside the trash can have been compressed.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit 3 for this hearing. Lieutenant Price, would you take a look at the photographs being handed to you and ask, or again, ask if you can identify what's shown?
Yes. This is a picture of the inside the trash can with the blanket removed where you can see baby Evelyn's leg.
Is that the first shot or first, I guess,
Yes.
discovery of the body?
It is correct.
Judge, we would make that exhibit 4 to this hearing. what's shown in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the trash bag that was inside the trash can where baby Evan was located, and also the child is with the aluminum foil and the blanket is laying beside the trash bag.
So the body has been removed from the trash.
Correct.
bag.
The body's been removed from the trash bag. It's in the trash bag with trash in it. Baby Evan is laying there wrapped in blankets and aluminum foil wrapped around her.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit 5 this hearing. Do you recognize what is shown in the photographs just been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what is that? Picture of it.
This is the body of baby Evelyn after she was removed from the trash can, placed inside of a body bag. She's lying there with blankets wrapped around her and aluminum foil wrapped around where her head area was.
Judge, we would make that exhibit 6 to this hearing. Do you recognize the photo that's just been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
What is shown in that photo?
And this is baby Evelyn laying in, still wrapped in blankets laying on a body bag, with her arm exposed, showing the onesie that she was wearing.
Is that photo, that one of the photos that's taken at the time the body was recovered?
It is correct.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit 7 to this hearing. Lieutenant Price, do you recognize what's shown in that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is baby Evelyn after the blankets and aluminum foil have been removed from her body. It shows the positioning of her head and how she was laying when the blanket was removed.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 8 this hearing. Finally, Lieutenant Price, we do one more photo and ask you to identify that photograph, please.
Yes, I can. This is a picture of Evelyn, one of the last known pictures. We know that when she was alive.
Judge, we make that exhibit number 9 this hearing. Thank you, Lieutenant Price. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions, Judge.
That's all I have.
Judge, if possible, I'd like to make an allocution.
would just like to say that the state of Tennessee treated me very unfair during this whole investigation. And had I had a fair trial and an impartial jury, I would have been acquitted of the murder charges. I would have never hurt my baby, and I did not kill Evelyn. That's all.
I'm sorry. Judge, the state has, prior to this hearing, filed a notice of intent in regards to enhancing factors that we believe apply, as well as a notice of intent to seek consecutive sentencing, which is what we are asking the court to do. And we believe, based upon the seriousness of the offense, as well as the fact that Ms. Boswell is a dangerous offender whose behavior indicates little, no regard for human life, that she had no hesitation about committing a crime in which the risk of human life was high. That this court should bring those sentences consecutive to each other. And I want to touch briefly on the enhancement factors, and primarily on the one that I think just screams out in this case, which is the violation of trust. Truly, I think the facts that were involved in this case, and the court, of course, consider everything that was presented and that came in at trial, as well as the photographs that been introduced to the sentencing hearing, which again, those were all part of the trial evidence as well. But the trust that Miss Boswell betrayed upon her daughter was just so callous. She chose herself repeatedly, time and time again, over her child. All deaths are horrible, but for a small child to die in the way that Evelyn died just shows such extreme callousness. And those photographs show you. I mean, she was discarded like a piece of common garbage. Detective Lieutenant Price testified to, it looks like the body has been compressed, pushed down in the trash can, so we can fit more trash, more garbage on top of a child. But probably the most hurtful and severe part of this whole and painful part of this is the fact that all that occurred at the hands of the one person that she should have been able to rely upon and trust to protect her own mother. But Megan didn't do that. Megan repeatedly chose Megan. Megan chose her life. Megan chose living in a big house out by the lake. Megan chose going to the movies. She chose going to Blowing Rock, going to Gatlinburg, again and again and again, over her own daughter. In order for the court to find that the defendant was a dangerous offender and apply consecutive sentencing, there are two things that the case law has said the court has to find. One is that it relates to the severity of the crime. And I can think of nothing that would be any easier than to relate consecutive sentencing to the facts of this case. And what Ms. Boswell did. I mean, not only did she murder her own child and then go about her own life, but then once law enforcement was finally brought into the case, not because of her, not because she did anything, but because it finally got reported by her dad, Well, then she manipulates law enforcement, manipulates the community by continuing to lie over and over and over again, causing extraordinary resources to have to be involved for weeks trying to find this child in the hopes that she's alive. And then even after that, even after she finally coughs up the fact that her child is dead, she continues to lie about not knowing where she is. When all along, she's sitting there stuffed upside down in a trash can in her childhood playhouse. So I think it's very easy for this court to find that the severity of this crime and her suffocating her own child, putting her in a trash can, and then repeatedly lying about it to cover it up relates to the severity of the crime. The second finding this court has to make is that it was necessary that consecutive sentencing was necessary to protect the public from further crimes. And provided the court, as well as Mr. Scott, with the case of State v. Taylor, which was a case in which a small child had been beaten to death. And then the mother basically delayed in reporting, calling 911, which eventually resulted in the child dying because she didn't receive any medical attention. And the court in that case found that the dangerous offender classification was satisfied because the defendant had demonstrated extreme callousness towards the health and welfare of the victim, and the results were fatal. Well, Judge, I really, it does not get any more callous than what the defendant did in this case. You know, she turned her back, she turned her life, she turned her trust away from her own child. Evelyn got in the way of the life Megan Boswell wanted to live, and so she eliminated that problem. It truly does not get any more callous than that. So the state would submit that both those factors are met and that the court should impose consecutive sentencing. I've already touched on the element as far as trust being involved in the enhancing factor. And when sitting here listening to Ms. Boswell's rather brief allocution, I think it's also right for the court to consider the fact that she sits here today in this courtroom still having absolutely no remorse and taking no responsibility for the death of her child. Once again, she wants to make all of us victims in the case, make herself a victim. Sheriff's office, I guess, should be issuing an apology to her for the way she's just been unfairly treated during this whole process. Judge, Miss Boswell was not treated unfairly. Her child was treated unfairly. Her 15-month-old child never had a chance because of the one person who should have protected her. For that reason, the state is asking you to maximize her sentence in the remaining counts that she has to be sentenced on. And we would ask that they be run consecutive, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, I guess I'll try to address this in somewhat the way Mr. Harper did, maybe in a backwards fashion. Ms. Boswell had no prior criminal history when this case started, when the investigation started. At some point, she was convicted of a reckless driving B misdemeanor in Washington County, I think in February of 2020. That's the only criminal history she comes to this court. She's been in jail since she was 18 years old. She will be in jail if this court were to sentence her at the low end of everything, and not run consecutive. She'll be in jail until she's 69 years old. So the court then has to determine
is she, at that point, is she gonna be a threat to society? Society needs to be protected from 69-year-old Megan Boswell. The court should, I guess, first the court has to consider the length of the sentence. She's a range one offender as to each count. Court should impose I think the sentence is, short of a sentence is as necessary, so the court is supposed to be, to achieve the purposes of sentencing. Here, she's serving a life sentence. She will be eligible for parole at 69 years old. So how much more do you need? Essentially, the state asks you to sentence her to life without parole. That's what they want. And we have addressed that issue already in a manner of speaking. I guess, practiced law 25 years, not the only jury sentencing I've ever done. But the jury had the opportunity, after hearing all these facts, to consider whether to sentence her to life without parole or life with parole. They sentenced her to life with parole. And I know you're not bound by that on these other counts, but I think in fairness and in deference to that jury, we have to give some respect to what determination they made. And they were aware of all the other charges. Obviously, they heard the guilt phase and those and convicted her. So I think that is important to consider. She's eligible for probation on all the other charges. The court has to make a determination whether or not those sentences should be suspended or served. The court has to make a determination whether, if they are served, how they're served, consecutive or concurrent. As it relates to the dangerous offender who society has to be protected from, I think the case law is quite clear. Not every person convicted of first-degree murder and another felony is going to fall into that category. Normally, in a lot of the cases you see multiple victims, multiple acts. Here, all those things kind of go together. And I guess the other thing we have to talk about is what counts merge together in this sentence. I would suggest, of course, that the murder counts merge together for one count. That the child abuse and child neglect counts should merge. And that all of the following false reports should merge. Because I sent a case to you yesterday. State versus Smith, 436 Southwest 3rd, 751. This is Supreme Court decided that 2014. It talks about cases just like this. Each of these cases, these interviews were basically a continuation of the other interviews. And based on the rule of leniency, the court found that even though in that case interviews were made over multiple days with different officers, just in this case, that they had to merge. And that's what I think should happen here, is all those counts should merge. And I guess finally, I want to address what Mr. Harper said about Ms. Boswell's comments. I think a lot of defendants would probably feel that way. But I think she's entitled to maintain her defense. She doesn't have to come in here for purposes of sentencing and somehow take responsibility. The law doesn't require that. That's not one of the factors to consider for consecutive sentencing. That's not one of the factors to consider for length of sentence. The defendant has a right to maintain their innocence. And to hold that against them and somehow sentence them to more jail time because they don't come in here and say, I did it. That violates due process. It violates the right to a trial by jury, the right to appeal. So I would suggest to the court that the appropriate sentence here should be bottom end of the range. The sentences should run concurrent. And ultimately, she should be left with a chance of parole when she's 69 years old, however that is structured.
Court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Not sure exactly why he needs it. Yeah. Like so, and if I heard to get up there and say what she did, like, look, she could have kept that comment to herself. So, okay, so while they on break, let's talk about it. Guys, so Monday I am going to put on our schedule. I don't know what's going on with these OnlyFans people, but I'm gonna put this on our schedule for Monday. Monday we're gonna be kind of like floating around, which is fine. Let me share it with you guys. And I'll put us back in the courtroom as soon as they start, but we're gonna watch this preliminary hearing. Have y'all heard about this one with Michaela? She's 31 years old and she's being charged with a second unaliving for her role in a 2023 asphyxiation unaliving of Michael Dale. Now, this is an OnlyFans model that was charged with unaliving a man who paid her $11K to perform kinky acts. Now, right here, this is her and her husband. Have y'all heard of this one? Yeah, but the funny thing about this one, this was an OnlyFans, and she was supposed to be doing kinky acts on him. So he paid for these kinky acts. Like he paid for this. So, like I don't know. I don't know if she like I don't know. Can she really be guilty? She wasn't trying to kill him. Let me show you. I'm gonna read the report. So she's having a hearing on Monday. So I'm gonna schedule us to go into that hearing Monday because Monday I don't see anything. That's what I've been trying to see what we was gonna cover. So she's charged with he paid her $11K. Now listen, she was doing BDSM fetish video. The two were performing, right? And her husband was actually watching. So she's 31 and she was recorded doing a kinky video for her OnlyFans profile with Michael Dale, who was 55. She received $11,000 to bind him in plastic wrap and to duct tape him, which resulted in his unaliving. This happened down there in San Diego. So, despite never before engaging in the BDSM, she told cops that she was hired to wrap him like a mummy in saran wrap, glue a pair of women's boots to his feet. Text revealed in the affidavit show, according to the police report. So the troubling video of April 17, 2023 encounter shows that Dale had been duct taped over his mouth, His head was wrapped up with the saran wrap. Like, they like, ooh, they like, I mean, you talk about freaky. He wanted to be smothered. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, people like this stuff. He had his clean wrap, duct tape, plastic bag, secure with a tape over his face. Like, he was suffocating on the floor. She was doing acts near him for the OnlyFans video. She recorded it on her phone. This her and her husband. So the plastic wrappings were left in place for a total of 8 minutes while Dale's arms and legs were also bound tightly, preventing him from removing the materials from over his mouth and his nose. The video, because this is on video, because she was performing. Something had went horribly wrong, and she called 911. Cops said when they arrived that she was performing CPR on Dale, who was later declared unalive. So he was removed from life support a couple days later, and his cause of death was lack of oxygen. So a lawyer for the mother of 3 claims that she a mom. She engaged in, consensual activities and didn't expect him to, like, he 55 years old. He shouldn't be wanting his face wrapped up. I mean, I guess he must got a real thrill off of that. So, of course, now she's being charged. She's in jail where she's held without bond. She is 2nd-degree unaliving. Reed Drummond is what she being charged with. What a mess. That's just like if you haven't, I guess not vodka. But I just thought that was like so, because people are into these things, right? I got stories, but I won't tell. People are like into these different fetishes, and it's like really, really, really. But like okay, so let me ask you now, I'm about to play devil's advocate. So if he tells her in the text messages, this is what I want, this is how I want you to do it, blah, blah, blah. She gets over there, she wraps him up. Remember, she is an OnlyFans person, so she is video recording it. She is showing everybody, and she over there doing her thing. Boop, boop. And she performing for the camera while he over here doing whatever he doing, like a fish. How is she supposed to, if she trying to perform for the camera, I guess she's supposed to be looking back. What if she did have a little hole in there and he just couldn't breathe through it, and she did know that he couldn't breathe through the hole? Like, and who wants they feet glued to some shoes? Like, if this isn't a text message, like, and he's saying that he wants his feet glued to some women's shoes, like, what is going on here? Yeah, like, I just don't know if we do 2nd-degree unaliving for this. Like, she wasn't trying to lose this 11K. Like, he paid her 11K for 11K, like, no, I need him to wake up. Bop. Like, wake up. I need another bag from you. Like, what are we doing? I think that he text messaged Rachel, and I think, like, remember, she an OnlyFans model, so she like performing, and he in the back, and they getting it on. Like, she ain't trying to lose this man for 11K. She got 3 kids and a husband. Bob, get up. That's why she was performing CPR. Like, this is not what she wanted. She wanted to keep this bag. Gosh, these OnlyFans models, they are getting it in. Wow. I don't know. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. So we'll look at the I'll put that on our schedule if y'all want to look at it. I really don't. We will we'll look. She is having a so I can make sure I tell y'all correctly what's going on. She is having a preliminary hearing, so I guess this is to see if they're gonna turn the case over to a jury. So that's what that's about. And that'll be it's gonna premiere. I think she already had the hearing, actually, to be honest with y'all. I think Court TV just did not show it. And they premiering it on Monday because of all the stuff that they had going on with Donna. I don't know, but only Fred definitely put it out there, huh? Oh gosh. Oh, is this gonna be too kinky for you guys? Sweet Pea, when was the first unalive? And are you talking about the Courtney Clemmy one? I know that one starts in December, but I just happened to see this one. Hey, Be Kind Rewind. Oh, that's such a cute little name. Welcome. Oh, and it even had a rewind signal. Y'all see that? Oh. Yeah, Bach, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. So we will see about looking at that. We will go back into our Jarvis Butts preliminary and look at that and finish what we can there Monday. And I'll see if there's anything else that comes up over their weekend to send out. No, it's just only one. They charging her with second degree unaliving. So that's what they charging her with. It's only been one. Yeah. I don't know. Cause like if you didn't told me to wrap you up and she like 55, like Dale shouldn't have been trying to get wrapped up. Yeah, she been charged with second degree unaliving. Yeah, he shouldn't have been trying to get wrapped up. Like she didn't know how much his heart and everything could take. I don't know. I don't know. I definitely don't think like her whole life. I don't know. It just depends on what details. Because for the record, if I'm being like all the way honest, like with this, they do have a witness that testified talking about they heard him like I guess requesting to stop. So that means he had a hole. He could talk. Like if somebody heard him in the apartment building or heard him in the unit. So that means that he was able to talk, right? Maybe it was kind of like it just wasn't big enough. You say safe word, right? You know, it's kind of like remind you of our girl Sarah Boone. She said she left a little hole for him to breathe out of the suitcase. How was she supposed to know that he couldn't breathe out of the suitcase? Oh gosh. Not since first grade, as these are girl. Wait a minute. So Yeah, I heard that he said that I heard that this guy said he couldn't breathe either. I think they have a witness that's gonna say something about that. But we gonna watch it and we gonna see. So y'all, that's what we'll plan to do on Monday, unless I see something else. Yeah, Fala, I know. But I think that this kind of reminds you of it because they saying that there is somebody who's testifying to those same type of details. Like he wanted to get out of whatever concoction. Somebody testified, from my understanding, what I read. Somebody testified saying that they heard him, requesting to stop. But I mean, when you in the middle of kinky activities, a lot of people be saying stop, but that means continue on. That means do it harder. That means pull it more. That means get rougher. Like sometimes, I mean, with this situation, it just may be a little different. It just reminded me of the Sarah Boone thing, like where somebody, a sheep. Well, we going by her story. He quote unquote wanted to play hide and seek and get in the suitcase. I don't know if the husband was in the room or if she was just video recording it, but her husband, from my understanding, is well aware of this is what she does. Okay. They having a sidebar just to let y'all know, but they back in the courtroom, so I'm gonna kind of put us back in the courtroom. But yeah, that's what I was reading up on because I was trying to see if I could find a complaint for it. Look, I want to look. I wanted to find a complaint because I wanted to know exactly what was going on, and I'm still gonna be looking for it over the weekend to see if it's something that we can go through. But yeah.
Determining the appropriate sentence for these offenses. The court has considered the evidence presented at the trial at this sentencing hearing. Pre-sentence report filed April 4th, 2025, more than 10 days ago. The principles of sentencing and arguments made as sentencing alternatives, the nature and characteristics of the criminal conduct involved, the evidence and information offered by the parties on mitigating and enhancing factors, any statistical information provided by the administrative officer of the courts as to sentencing practices for similar offenses in Tennessee, located at www.tncourts.gov, and any statement the defendant has made on her own behalf about sentencing and the defendant's potential for rehabilitation or treatment. I'm not sure if it was agreed, but the defendant's a range 1 standard offender under Tennessee felony classification laws. And what that means, the aggravated Aggravated child abuse and neglect charges are Class A felonies, and as a range one offender, those would carry somewhere between 15 and 25 years. The tampering with evidence is a Class C felony. The range would be between 3 and 6 years. False reports are Class D felonies, where with a range one being 2 to 4 years. The abuse of the corpse is a Class E felony, and failure to report death under suspicious, unusual, and unnatural circumstances, also a Class E felony. Those Class E felonies for range one would be a range of 1 to 2 years. In determining where the appropriate sentence should be within that range, while not mandatory any longer, the enhancement factors and mitigating factors are advisory for the court. The state has urged in its filing state's urged number 3, enhancing factor 3, that the offense involves more than one victim. I think for purposes of this case and all the proof that I heard, I can understand how that argument could be made, but I'm not going to find that enhancing factor number 3 applies. Enhancing factor number 4 is urged by the state. A victim of the offense was particularly vulnerable because of age, physical or mental disability. I think that will apply. Testimony was that baby Evelyn was, everybody keeps saying 15 months old. I think she was 15 months old when she was found. My recollection of the proof was that she was approximately 13 months old when she went missing. Is that wrong?
Her approximate age at death was 15 months old.
At death?
At death.
Okay. So she was 15 months old.
It was 13 months old at death. It was 15 months old. They assumed when she was reported. When they didn't know she was alive or dead.
So at the time of her death, she was somewhere between 13 and 15.
Yes.
The state has, the court accepts enhancing factor number 4. Number 5 is urged by the state. The defendant treated or allowed a victim to be treated with exceptional cruelty during the commission of the offense. I don't know, and I'm not going to sit here all day and regurgitate the facts from the 11-day trial. But thinking back on the proof that I heard, there can be no more cruel act than to stuff a 13 to 15-month-old baby wrapped in blankets and aluminum foil head first into the trash can. Especially when that 13 to 15-month-old baby is your baby. So the court accepts number 5. Number 6, the personal injuries inflicted upon or amount of damage to the property was particularly great. The court accepts number 6. There's no greater injury that you can inflict on another human being than death. Enhancing factor 10 was in the filing. The defendant had no hesitation about committing a crime when the risk to human life was high. The court accepts number 10. And then 14, the defendant abused a position of private trust. And again, the relationship between mother and child, there can be no greater private trust on this earth than that. The court accepts number 14. Those are all the enhancing factors that were urged, all the ones that the court, after having looked through them, believes applies. Next, I have to consider mitigating factors in determining the appropriate length of sentence. And again, I'm not going to read, there's 12 statutory mitigators under 40, 35, 113. I'm not going to read all of these in. The defense didn't put any arguments forward as to any mitigating factors that should apply. The court, though, is required on its own, after having read the pre-sentence report, heard the proof, to apply any factors I think are applicable. So there's at least one that could be applicable, and I'm going to talk about it for a moment. If the defendant, because of youth or old age, lacks substantial judgment in committing the offense, the proof is that she was 18 when the killing occurred. But I also have to look at, so there's no question that she was a young adult. But I also have to look at all the other proof and circumstances surrounding the case. And it became very clear to the court upon hearing the evidence that the defendant, in her mind, saw a chance to lead a different life than what she thought she was going to be leading. And quite frankly, circumstantially, from all the proof, baby Evelyn was a stumbling block to leading that life. So she made the decision to remove that stumbling block. And because that's the tenor of the proof that this court heard, I reject mitigating factor number 6. She exercised judgment. It wasn't good judgment, but she exercised judgment in doing the things that she did. So of the 12 statutory mitigators, the court doesn't find that any are applicable to this case. The 13th is any other factor consistent with the purposes of the chapter. And courts regularly, if a person comes to the court without a substantial criminal history, courts regularly include that as factor number 13. If a person comes before the court and they've had a long, productive work history, then that factors into 13. If they've had military service, those are the kinds of things that factor into 13. In this case, Ms. Boswell, she did not have a long work history. In fact, the pre-sentence report said, she stated that she'd only ever had one job in her life, and that was at the chicken shack where she was working right around the time of this killing. I am going to give her credit for not having, even though she was only 18, I'm going to give her credit for not having a substantial criminal history, either as an adult or a juvenile. So, when the court weighs all the facts that I've heard during the trial, all of the testimony that we've heard at this sentencing hearing, when the court weighs the enhancing factors and the mitigating factors, that's how I arrived at or not a verdict, but a sentence. I do want to talk, and I want to talk about each of these counts individually with regard to the enhancing factors. Because if an enhancing factor is part and parcel of a charge, then it can't be used as an enhancing factor. So for count 4, aggravated child abuse, the state has to prove that the defendant knowingly, by other than accidental means, treated a child under 8 years of age in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury. The court is of the opinion that number 4 still applies because of the tender age of the child at the time. It's one thing to be a child under 8 when you're 6 years old or 7 years old. It's quite another thing to be vulnerable because your age is still literally being counted in rights. So the court finds number 4 applies. Number 5 is not an element, it applies. Number 6 applies due to the death is not an element of aggravated child abuse or aggravated child neglect. 10 and 14 apply. So the court finds that they all apply to counts 4 and 5. So the court's of the opinion in that Class A felony that the enhancing factors and the aggravated nature of this case in general take that sentence from 15 to 25 years. And when the court weighs, and quite frankly, each of these enhancing factors, with the exception, number 4 has low weight because of its similarity for those 2 counts, to the charge. 5, 6, 10, and 14 have great weight. The court affords very little weight to the fact that Ms. Boswell, at 18 years of age, had no serious criminal history. So the court's of the opinion in counts 4 and 5 that the sentence should be 25 years. The court's also of the opinion that count 5 merges into count 4. In the tampering with evidence, the court's of the opinion that all the enhancing factors should be afforded great weight, and the sentence should be 6 years. The mitigating factor, which is the court's been giving very little weight, would not bring it back down. Now, with the false report, the court's of the opinion that the enhancing factors would take that sentence from 2 up to 4 years. And again, there being only the one consideration of the mitigator, it'll be 4 years. Under the case of State versus Smith, Tennessee Supreme Court 436 Southwest Third, 751, handed down in 2014. Justice Holder, I believe, delivered the opinion of the court. And the opinion of the court was that due to the principle of lenity, not leniency, that a false report, because the legislature was ambiguous as to how they think that a false report should be punished, that the unit of prosecution isn't determined by the number of individual and distinct occurrences of false statement, but that the unit of prosecution is whether a false statement was given pursuant to a particular incident or offense. At least that's the way I read it. So it wasn't that it's a continuation of the interview. It's that the incident that is in the officer's concern is the disappearance of the child. And the Supreme Court says in that case that even if you tell 16 false statements about the disappearance of that child on different days and to different people and different variations of the story, it's still one incident. It's the disappearance of the child. So counts 7 through 17 all merge into one count. So they all merge, counts 8 through 17 merge into count 7. In count 19, courts of the opinion the enhancing factors take that sentence from 1 up to 2 years. So that'll be a 2-year sentence. In count 20, and again, I'm weighing the lack of mitigators. In count 20, that sentence will be 2 years as well, for the same reason. Now, since I've already talked about merger, the courts of the opinion that counts 1, 2, and 3 would all merge into a single life sentence. So counts 2 and 3 merge into count 1. Now we'll talk about consecutive sentencing. In the state's filing, the state under 40-35-115 urged, and I think this might be a mistake, but urged number 2, that the defendant is an offender whose record of criminal activity is extensive.
And of course, ruling, I just so clarify, it wasn't a mistake, but at the time it was filed, we would have all the false report counts, as criminal history. Obviously, since the court's stronger, multiplicitous, they don't exist anymore. So we're not relying on that.
The court objection. The court also relies on enhancer number 4 from the same statute, 40-35-115, that the defendant is a dangerous offender whose behavior indicates little to no regard for human life and no hesitation about committing a crime in which the risk to human life is high. Now that's what the factor says in the statute. But as pointed out in State versus Taylor, (2017) Westlaw 2179952, also case numbers M 2015-02142-CCA-R3-CD. It's an unpublished case, but the unpublished case references published opinions. And the most important one that it references is State versus Moore that quotes from the bit main case is the Wilkerson case, 905 Southwest 2nd. (933) Tennessee Supreme Court from 1995. And the Supreme Court, in determining the appropriateness of 4035-115 enhancement factor number 4, states that in addition to what's stated in the statute, that a court must also find that a sentence, consecutive sentencing, is necessary in order to protect the public from further misconduct by the defendant, and that the terms are reasonably related to the severity of the offense. So from the facts of this case, and again, I'm not going to just keep repeating it. Everybody who sat through that trial knows the facts that came in. The testimony during the trial was that child was suffocated. When you look at the pictures of how tightly this baby was wrapped in blankets and aluminum foil, and the mechanism of being stuffed into that trash can head first, there's no doubt in my mind that this defendant had absolutely no hesitation when she killed her daughter. And in hearing the proof during trial of how she continued to live her life, and from hearing the proof circumstantially as to why she might have done this deed, because this new boyfriend is the life that she wanted to grasp onto. It's like the state said, the house on the lake, a lifestyle that she wanted for herself. The fact that Evelyn was just in the way. And looking at all the video that we saw during the trial, this court never once saw remorse, never once saw empathy out of the defendant. So she is a dangerous offender. The circumstances surrounding the commission of this offense are absolutely aggravated. This baby couldn't care for herself. This baby had the only life this baby knew. The only way this baby could get through a day was through her mom. And I understand that the way the parole system is set up when dealing with a life conviction is that she has to serve 51 years before she's even eligible for consideration for release. And Mr. Scott asked the question during his argument, which was the right question to ask. Is Megan Boswell at 69 years of age coming out of prison a risk to society? And the only conclusion that I can come to after hearing the proof in this case, seeing the evidence in this case, seeing how utterly unconcerned with the fact that she took the life of a 15-month-old child, her own child. The court has to answer that question, yes. That society does need to be protected from the evil that lurks in her heart. And then would the aggregate length of the sentence reasonably relate to the offense which she stands convicted? For the same reasons I just said, yes is the answer. So the court finds that all those sub-factors, if you will, are met. And I want to read a passage. And I think the state may have, but I highlighted this yesterday when I read the case. In State versus Durantes, 331 Southwest 3rd, 370, at page 376, the Tennessee Supreme Court in 2001 it's found that the dangerous offender classification was satisfied where a defendant demonstrated extreme callousness toward the health and welfare of the child victim, and that the results of that callousness were fatal. It's almost as though that passage was written to describe this case. Therefore, the 25-year sentence for the merging counts of aggravated child abuse and neglect will be consecutive to the life sentence. The 6-year sentence for tampering with evidence and the 4-year sentence for false report will be concurrent with each other, but consecutive to the 25 years. And the 2-year sentences for the abuse of the corpse in count 19 and count 20 will be concurrent with each other, but consecutive to the 6 years. So in counts 4 through 20, that'll be a 33-year sentence as a range 1 standard offender, consecutive to her life sentence. The court has considered probation. She's not eligible for probation on the Class A felonies. That 25 years has to be served by statute. The court has considered probation on the additional 8 years and finds that a grant of probation would depreciate the seriousness of this case, given the facts of this case, given the fact that she has shown no remorse, she has shown no empathy towards this child, her child, and probation in those counts will be denied. Mr. Scott, I believe at sidebar, you had indicated that you would like to have a transcript prepared before, in order to prepare the motion for the trial.
Yes, Judge.
I'll order that transcript, whatever order I need to sign, share, I'll do it.
Judge, I would also like to have this sentencing period as well.
Sentencing hearing will need to be typed up as well. We'll set this for status. We'll send Ms. Boswell back to TDOC. And let's set this for a status on January 16th to see where we are on getting the transcript prepared.
That's fine, but I'll waive Ms. Boswell's appearance. If that-
Well, what I prefer her to do is appear by Zoom.
That's
If,
fine.
if she can, but if not, yes, we can.
Okay.
All right. All right, that's all.
Only fan, did you fall asleep? I'm trying to see if he didn't fell asleep. Oh my, y'all, that was, oh gosh. Well, it sounds like she not getting out. But that was brutal. I was like, he like we hanging on every word. I see the damage. He was sentencing us all to a life sentence because his sentences, right, Maddie, were like, oh my gosh. And I was like, well, maybe he writing while he talking, but I'm like, well, why are you writing while you talking? Like, dude, I mean, you had an idea of what you were gonna do because you know what kind of evidence we had here, right? Oh my, I'm surprised she ain't just stand up like, I get it. Just let me go back here in the back. Listening to this is a life sentence in itself. Thank you, Judge. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but she should have stopped that madness. Like, Judge, I'll save you the thing, or the attorneys or somebody. And when the attorney had the nerve to ask a question, I was like, are you serious? You better not. You better not. He better not go into another law spiel. I guess. Oh, that was the driest, and I do mean the driest sentence I have ever heard. either they're gonna be quick, sharp, and to the point, or they're gonna tear you up real quick. That was terrible. Okay, well, let's get back to our other preliminary hearing that we got in Tennessee with our boy, with Austin Drummond. I don't know what this guy. I don't know what's going on. What he was thinking, how he was doing it, the reason. I just don't understand people's MOs. We don't have that much longer for this one, and then we'll call it a day today. And everybody can get off early and have them a wonderful Friday. Okay, guys.
In regards to the motion, do we need to proceed on that, or are we?
I think we're going to be in agreement on the motion. It's a motion for a gag order, and there's going to be an agreement. And the state, specifically the attorneys representing the state of Tennessee as a defendant, as well as the defendant himself. Witnesses or investigators are prohibited from posting on social media or providing traditional media and or social media accounts covering the case, statements concerning or alleging the facts of the case. Your Honor, and doesn't prevent anything with media other than if the facts of the case cannot be discussed. And it includes the defense.
Is that it?
Yes, Your Honor. It does contain the safeguards.
Yes. There was a case that, and I appreciate the state providing the site to that case. It was a very, it was a good opinion on what to do and what not to do in this type of situation. I appreciate both parties' cooperation in regarding this. And I'll say this, after reviewing the motion and the case, I think not only to ensure the state's right to a fair trial, but Mr. Drummond also to ensure your right to a fair trial as well. I want to make sure that the parameters are put in place, because I know the media since 2000, I appreciate our media that are here. I want to just echo that again. I appreciate our media that is here. The media since 2000 has grown tremendously since that case was first decided. Things are a lot far different than it was a quarter of a century ago. So I think that, we get our news now from not only our television and our newspapers, but from our telephones. If y'all are like me, it's a habit. So I will enter this order at this time. Today's date is the 4th of September. I need a pen that works, though. I sure do. Miss Jessica, do you mind if I borrow that? Thank you so much. Is there any other matters we need to take up regarding the preliminary hearing?
No,
But aside from me ruling, I'm assuming. So,
There may be one other issue after.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to thank, before I make my ruling in this, I want to thank the attorneys today. I want to thank all of you for your devotion to this case and your work you've shown in this case here today. Appreciate the state and also the defense attorneys. I know that, and I appreciate Mr. Huffman taking this case, and Mr. Mason. I know this was something you were appointed to, but I appreciate your graciousness in taking this matter on. I do very much, and I appreciate all the parties for their testimony. I appreciate the witnesses that are here today. I want to speak to the family today. I know you heard a lot of things today, things that were not pleasant to hear, but I appreciate the fact that for the most part, your candor has been respectful to this court. And I appreciate that you've shown this court respect. I don't want that to go unnoticed. to all of you, I want to say this. I know that there, at this time, this is not the trial today. This is only the first step in that next proceeding. The standard you heard that was presented is a probable cause standard, which means it's more likely than not. I am not making a finding of guilt or innocence today. That is not what is happening. I don't want y'all to leave and think, what did he just do? So I want you to understand that. It is still alleged as to who committed this offense, but I know it's not alleged that the loss that y'all have suffered. And I want you to know that my heart does go out to all of you. And in the days, weeks, months, and years to come, you will be in my prayers, because I know it's a long road to that. I want to thank, I don't want it to go unnoticed, but I just want to thank you for your respect you've shown the court very much. In regards to the matters today, the court has heard the testimony from all the parties, and in consideration of that testimony, in case number 25 CR 48067, the charge of first-degree murder, the court does find the probable cause regarding the murder of Mr. Braden Williams. In case number 48068, the charge of first-degree murder, the court does find probable cause in regards to the murder of Miss Adriana Williams. In case number 48069, the court does find probable cause in regards to first-degree murder in the matter of Mr. Matthew Wilson. And in case number 48070, the court does find probable cause into the case of the murder, first-degree murder of Miss Courtney Rose. The court also does find probable cause in case number 48071 as to the charge of aggravated kidnapping of the young child and the possession of a firearm with the intent to go armed as a commission of a dangerous felony. There was, aside from the proof of the agent Tubbs, there was not any other proof put forward to show whether or not he is a convicted felon. So based on that, I'm not combining those matters over the counts 2 on 48067, 68, 69, and 70. But those are the only charges that will not be bound over. The remaining charges will be bound over. The four first-degree murders, the aggravated kidnapping, and the possession of a firearm with the intention to go armed during the commission of a dangerous felony. In regards to Mr. Drummond, I want to make you aware this is your notice for your circuit court date. Should your cases be presented to the grand jury on November 10th of 2025 at 9 a.m., you will appear before the Honorable Mark Hayes, the Circuit Judge for Lake County, Tennessee, on November 17th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Now, before we conclude that, I had heard that there may be another matter that needs to be addressed.
That's correct, Judge. When we were here previously, the defendant's girlfriend, Ms. Kate Speed, had requested, I indicated that she requested to have no contact order with us so she could communicate with Mr. Drummond. The media seems to spin my words. Mr. Drummond did not request this be lifted. She requested it. So she has actually reached out to the district attorney, who's not in agreement, but she has indicated to the district attorney that she would like that portion to be lifted so that she can have communications with Mr. Drummond again. Previously, that was stated in the news reports that Mr. Drummond had asked her that. That's not the case. Ms. Kate Speed was the one who reached out and wanted to have communication with Mr. Drummond. So we would respectfully ask for that portion of the no contact order be lifted as it relates to Ms. Kate Speed.
Let me hear from you, Mr. Goodman.
Ms. Caitlin Speed did contact me. I talked to her about this. She did ask me to allow contact, to allow the restraining order to be lifted. I told her that I would be honest and tell the court that's what her wishes are. But I also told her that I would be opposed to this. I would be opposed to the restraining order being lifted. And Your Honor, the fact is that she is a witness in this case, and there's not need to be any communication between the defendant and a witness. And in addition to that, she's also a member of the family and victims. And we're concerned that there may be an issue there. The restraining order is for all family members and victims. So we would ask that the restraining order stay in place.
She is the mother of this unborn child. I understand that she's being a witness. He can't discuss facts of the case, but we would respectfully ask that it be lifted so he can communicate regarding that portion. Again, she's pregnant with this child. child, I'm sure they want to discuss matters that, family matters.
Now, the problem with that is, there's no way for us to police that. There's no way to say, okay, well, you can talk to her about these issues, you can't talk about the others. It's not like we're gonna be there to monitor the situation, say, oh, okay, stop talking, you can't talk about that. So there just needs to be a restraining order that prevents all communication.
Okay. They are clearly listening to every phone call that he makes. They can listen and monitor in real time the discussions. So they will know what they're talking about. And obviously, if he crosses that line and discusses facts of the case, that's an issue. But that can be controlled or at least limited in scope. So they are listening. They know what he's saying to them. I'm not sure how that would be inappropriate.
I think that the issue at hand is not whether or not it would be appropriate. I think the thing I have to consider in this is that based on the testimony I've heard here today, it is very likely that she is going to be a witness possibly in this case. That's what I've gathered from the testimony I've heard here today. I am not restricting any conversations between him and his family. If she wants to communicate with his family to give him messages regarding their child, I am fine with that. But because of the fact that there may be an instance where Ms. Speed has to testify at the trial, that's the only thing that kind of puts me in a position to not feel comfortable amending the order at this time for that purpose. So what I will do is I'll continue to let it remain in place directly between the two of them. However, he is completely allowed to speak with his family and his mother or father or whoever it is that wishes to talk maybe through her to him regarding the status of his child. If it were to be the case that she would not be a witness at a later date, I'm not saying that's not, well, I'm losing jurisdiction of this today. So that's something that if you want to discuss with Judge Hayes, I'm sure I'm not going to speak for him, but you could have the right to revisit that at that time. So I'm going to leave.
Just to clarify, you want to prevent third-party contact, and you're saying you may have third-party contact as it relates only to family matters, which I know what you're going to say is it may be difficult to police that.
I want to clarify that as well, because I thought what you meant was he could talk to his family, then his family could talk to her, not that they could be on three-way call.
Absolutely not.
talking to one
Yes.
another.
That's what I understood.
That is
And
my.
that has been an issue, and I want to clarify also, make sure the superintendent understands that third-party conversations are violations as well. He can't tell someone, go tell this witness that I said this. That's a violation.
He needs to be aware of that, and it appears that based on the testimony today, it should be aware that his phone calls are being monitored. So obviously, does the state oppose him talking to his family? It's not his family. It's just them attempting to relay messages concerning the case to Ms. Speed.
Correct.
So does that make any sense at all?
Yes, not relaying messages regarding the case, but I'm assuming it's okay to relay messages regarding his child.
I don't mind that. I mean, that's something regarding his child, but it can't be anything regarding the case or the facts of the case. And I would just say that those are being monitored. Those phone calls are being monitored. So that's just something he'll need to understand for that purpose. Okay. So it'll remain in place for that. Folks, this is what I want to do before we do anything else. Having found that these matters are going to be presented to the grand jury and the cases will be sent to circuit court, or should he be indicted, what I'm going to ask is that at this time, if the sheriff's department will take him back into custody and transport him back, he will continue to remain without bond in this case. And while they are doing that, I'm going to ask everyone to please remain in the courtroom. Before we are adjourned, folks, I want to again thank our law enforcement that are here today. I want to thank all of our law enforcement for the efforts they put into this case in protecting the courtroom and the family.
So he's not gonna be the judge. The trial, sending it Wow. They have a lot of officers in there. I guess when he must have really took them on a mission. That's all I can say is he took them on a mission. I think the grand jury part is it's in order to indict him, if I'm not mistaken, Baca. So it's this he was seeing if it had enough probable cause to go to the grand jury, and the grand jury, if I'm understanding all this correctly, are the ones that actually do the indictment. So we shall see what happens, because once they arrest you, they have to have you. I don't think they have decided if it's a DP case yet. I don't think any of that has been decided. Yeah, I don't think it has been decided just yet. Oh, I'm right. Okay. Thanks, Jason. Yeah. Are they going back to this old Donna? They want y'all to see Donna. They have a good weekend here. See Donna.
Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Well, I guess that's a way that we end on our early day because it just came up. It was the next video, I guess, in my feed. So I guess it must wanted y'all to see it again because I was not planning on playing that. And it was just right there behind that last video that we watched. But, oh gosh, like that was, okay, so just so everybody know, I am going to send out an alert just a little bit later. I'm going to do another one of those vertical streams. I promise it's only going to be like 10 or 15 minutes, as long as y'all give me a jewel or something or a gift. It's like 99 cents. We only got to be on there for like 5 minutes. I got to get 3 of them. If I get 3 of them during my vertical streams, then anything else, like after I get the 3, I hit the bonus. And then they like double any super chats and things that I receive at the end of the any other super chats that I receive the rest of the month. So I want to try to get it done early this month. Sweetie, can we end every day? Oh God, SD. Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Yeah. Okay, that's what you want to do. So I'm gonna send it out. Don't do that. Don't do that. So once I do 3 of those vertical, we got 1 down because we did it the other day. Yesterday was too busy, so I ain't do it yesterday. So I'll find something that we could talk about for like maybe 10 minutes. Maybe we can talk about the verdict, something like that, 5 or 10 minutes. Long as I get a gift during that period of time, then awesome. That'd be number 2 down. And yeah, I think therapists said they like 99 cents or something for like 1,000 jewels or something, 100 jewels or something that they give you. It's real weird. Members only group video call this weekend. If y'all want me to do it members only, we can do it. Oh, it's 50 for 99 cents. So once I get those, then we once I get 3 of them, then anything that I receive in the streams, they like give me a bonus on top of it. I think that's how I believe it go. Yeah, we're gonna try it. No, it's actually gonna be like a gift box, right, therapist, when we get in the stream. What am I doing with the money? Yeah, just mimosas. Oh, is that what you were doing? Well, I'm going to go buy me some more Davis seeds because I have my seed fund, right? So I am going to do my seed fund. I'm going to get me some more waters. And, oh, yeah, and we having a party, right? Oh, no, I'm getting these seeds. Oh, these seeds will be on deck next week. And I'm going to give me a whole bunch of waters because I think I'm getting a courtroom cough sometimes with it. And gum. That's right. And gum. And I might give me some peanut M&Ms because I love peanut M&Ms. But they keep me fat. Every time I eat one, I get another piece of fat. I can't eat one. Yeah, we'll make sure, because if you send a super chat, it don't work. So you can't hit the dollar sign. You're gonna have to hit that gift box. It's right next to the chat button. That's how it kind of works. Yeah, I got the seed money. Nuts. Yeah. So I'll get that set up. We'll probably try to do it about, I'll have something fun for us to do in that 10 minutes, like when we did the little jury thing. And if you can make it, awesome. If not, that's fine. We'll do it again on Sunday. Have a good weekend, Gina. It was nice seeing you. Okay, so later on, somewhere between 6 and 8, I'll send a little notification thing out. I just got to think of what we're going to do, something fun during that period of time. And then we'll do it on Sunday for 5 or 10 minutes. And that way we can see each other each day. I'll give y'all Saturday off. Then that way y'all won't get sick of me. All right, guys. They got some of these Davis there at Wineco. They got these. Oh, I'm gonna send a just go to the channel page, right? Or as long as you got your notification bell on, it'll let you know whenever I go live. But I'm gonna send it out the alert like we normally do. Like for our feeds and our stream, I'm gonna do it the same way. So it'll come out just like that. Yeah, so we'll do something and oh yeah, if we can get some bulk ones, that'd be nice. I know he know he look handsome. Maddie's so handsome. Oh, he's so handsome. Oh, he's so handsome. I'll be glad when he come up here on camera. Oh, Maddie. Oh, let me stop before you. I'm gonna get us all in trouble. Oh gosh. I'm gonna get us all in trouble. That's why he changed his name. That's why he changed his name on here, y'all. You know why he changed his name? Ooh, wee. He All right, crew. We will be together in a couple hours. Look at her talk about clip that, say that. Therapist gonna have all the stuff. Clip to say. Oh gosh. All right. Ooh. I'm supposed to put that on my soundboard. Therapist sent it to me. I gotta put it on my soundboard. All right. I will see y'all in a couple hours. Remember, you were in the right place today, where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts, so you can be the judge. All right, guys, I see y'all in a couple hours. I'll send out the alert.